Oh, hello, hello, hello. Happy New Year. Here we are. Exhausted, exhausted. Yeah. So what? Anything happened while I've been gone? Um, yeah. I don't know what's going on. My light is a little bright here. The so yeah, the I was in Colombia for a couple weeks. And those that have kids know that uh, vacation is work and work is vacation. And so I am just massively exhausted. Um, Being back, it's it's nice. It's nice to finally just maybe tomorrow I'll feel like I have some time. But for those that don't know, this week I'll try to have my review of Night of the Seven Kingdoms this week. My no spoiler review should be out this week, and Hota 3 should be out this week if people are wondering. But it's just my voice. While I was on vacation, I think I had I was sick the whole time. I think it was like the flu, but even though I had my flu shot, and my voice is just pretty much gone. So I've been trying to I recorded like half of the Hota chapter, but I don't even know how my voice sounds and stuff like that. So yeah, let's see. Anyway, last time we talked about the long prologue, and again, if you guys didn't tune in last time, the long prologue was um, George wrote the prologue of A Feast for Crows fairly late in the game when it comes to A Feast for Crows, because originally he had this idea of the mega prologue, which was all of these different point of view chapters, the Ironborn and the Dornish, and what they were going to be doing in the 5 years. And then the 5 year gap went away. He still had this idea of this mega prologue. Then the mega prologue just got put into the main text. And so he was having a real tough time with it, but we've got this original long prologue that we read about the first 40% last time. And it's got a lot of interesting aspects to it. And so let's continue on George's original long prologue. Again, it's called the long prologue because he wrote a short prologue, a long prologue, and the rosy prologue. The short prologue is really not worth mentioning. It's just the long prologue chopped a little. And then the rosy prologue has some stuff in it, but it's from Rosie's point of view. But the long prologue has the most. So when we were last there, we're just about where the acolytes kind of leave Pate at the at in the long prologue. It's the name of the bar is the Three-Legged Boar. And so they're talking about Marwan the Mage. Archmaester Rhyme had named him, mocking the name had spread all over Oldtown to Rhyme's vast annoyance. Will the Seneschal call the conclave? Rune asked. What, to talk of dragons a half a world away? Lazy Leo laughed. Don't be daft. You sound as stupid as the pig boy. I always thought this was kind of interesting. Well, I mean, I should read more, but before going and analyzing each thing. But the calling of the conclave, which is in the text now, we just know the conclave as being the collection of archmaesters, and the archmaesters live at the Citadel. So the conclave, calling it is nothing. Like, calling it is just like having a meeting with senior staff, right? Like, it's not a big thing. It's not a big deal. But I do wonder if this might have meant something else, because originally when George wrote a Clash of Kings, he had this idea that all of the maesters, all of them, were returning to Oldtown for some reason. In the original, like the glass candles all turn on, and the maesters all disappear and head to Oldtown for an emergency meeting. The only remnants that's left of this in the text is that when Theon gets to Pike. He's like, "Where's the Maester?" And they're like, "The Maester's gone." And that's still in the Clash of Kings text, but nothing else is. The plot of the glass candle, like each Maester having a glass candle and all of them returning, was abandoned. In this, each Archmaester has a glass candle, though that's later abandoned, and the number of glass candles is reduced to like 4. Anyway, so I do wonder if like this calling of the conclave really meant like calling all of the maesters back, because having a senior staff meeting is nothing. Like for Lazy Leo to be like to mock Rune for being like, oh, do you think the Archmaesters are going to have a meeting? And him being like, what? Why? Like, shouldn't they just be having meetings because it's Monday or something? You know, like, so I do wonder if this was like a remnant of maybe the conclave meant like calling all of the maesters back, but I don't know. I don't know. I mean, either way, it was cut either way. Maybe George also thought that this line was stupid. Anyway, I do not dare knock Leo's teeth out, Pate thought, but that does not mean I have to drink with him. He pushed back from the table. Dragons or no dragons, he announced. Walgrave will need his privy. I'm going. I'll go with you. The Sphinx got to his feet and tossed down a star for the serving wench. Maribald followed, still grumbling about another ale. Then Armin stood, and Rune. All of you, Leo stretched out his legs. Well, Rosie will remain. Perhaps I'll wake her up and make a woman of her. Alaras caught Pate by the arm. He doesn't have a copper for a tankard. He cannot have a dragon for a girl. Leave him. They left him and made their way across the old stone bridge that joined the three-legged boar to the east bank of the Honeywine. Maribald was so drunk he had to walk with one hand on Rune's shoulder, dragging his clubfoot as he went. The night had been damp and cobblestones were slippery underfoot. Pale mist rose off the river, shrouding the city in mystery. The Citadel was no great distance as the raven flies, but none of them were ravens. When I am a maester in a castle, I will have a horse to ride, Pate thought. Then he tripped upon a cobblestone and wondered who he was fooling. Alaras would surely be a maester, Armin too, that would take him longer. Maribald and Rune might even wear a chain one day if they persisted, but him, all of them are better born than me and richer, he thought. It's not fair that they should all be cleverer as well. Now in the original, like, you know, Pate stays behind, and some of this slippery aspects of the cobblestones of Oldtown like stays obviously for Pate's eventual death in the final one. But it's interesting that here he leaves and we get a little tour of Oldtown that some of it makes it into the Sam chapter, but for the most part this information is all cut, though some of it appears in the World of Ice and Fire. We'll get to that. The eastern sky turned pink. A butcher's cart rumbled up the river road, 4 piglets in the back squealing in distress. Pate danced from its path and barely avoided being splattered as a townswoman emptied a pail of night soil from a window. Maribald, less nimble, cursed her loudly. When the sun broke through the clouds to the east, bells began to peal from the sailor's sept down by the harbor. It's funny, he probably, you know, these little mistakes that George probably wouldn't be describing the eastern sky twice, but this is an early draft. The Lord sept halfway up the house. When the suns broke, the bells began to peal from the sailor's sept down by the harbor. The Lord sept halfway up the high tower, and the starry sept that had been home to the high septon until the reign of Baelor the Blessed. Soon the 7 shrines joined the chorus from the Honeywine. The bells made a mighty music, though not so sweet as the song of a lonely nightingale. Thought Pate. The nightingale thing was completely cut, you know, because we're already dealing with calling ravens and everything. But we get all this like geography of Oldtown that is put in the World of Ice and Fire, but completely cut, you know. like the Lord Sept, like, being on the high tower and stuff like that. As the mists burned away, the domes and towers of the Citadel emerged from the gloom, and beside them the black marble splendor of the starry Sept. But Citadel and Sept were no more than children's toys compared to what rose behind them, the lofty high tower looming over Oldtown from the top of Battle Hill. I guess it's called, they changed this to Battle Island? Battle Hill. 3 castles piped one on top of the other. Then a sept, 2 drum towers, a watchtower, and a beacon was how Aleras described it. Again, this is in the World of Ice and Fire, but fascinating to read it like in the story. The base of the high tower was a colossal square of fused black stone with walls 50 feet thick and 100 feet high. Marwan the Mage had claimed it had been the remains of an ancient Valyrian fortress. Archmaester Periston said that the giants had raised it. The small folk named Bran the Builder a second keep atop the first, its gray granite walls supported by massive buttresses. The third tier was another of the same, smaller still. The fourth was the Lord's Sept, a 7-sided temple of green marble with windows of leaded glass. The upper tiers were cylindrical. Atop them, 800 feet above the river, blazed the iron beacon that guided seafarers up Whispering Sound. I remember when The World of Ice and Fire came out, people talking about all of the black oily stones and the black stones on Battle Island and things like that. All this stuff that George had actually written a long time ago and just kind of sat and then was handed over for that. When Pate first came to Oldtown, the sight of the high tower lifting its lamp against the clouds of dawn had thrilled him to his bones. No longer. It looks like a sword so big it would take a god to wield it. Lazy Leo was no god, but a Tyrell was the next best thing. Leo's purse might be flat just now, but soon it would grow fat again. This is funny. So George is very big on one sentence leading to the other. Like you are on a stream of consciousness. You are going from A to B, B to C, and so here he's looking at the Oldtown and he's looking at the high tower and he's thinking that it looks like a sword that a god can carry. Lazy Leo was no god. To bring him back to Rosie, like it's very clunky. Which is, you can tell why George deleted this and didn't have it. But it's just like, oh, the Oldtown looks like a sword that a god would be carrying. Well, Lazy Leo's no god, but he might buy Rosie. Like you could see his attempt at the flow, which is why he changed. But it's clumsy, so he changed it. But George is so focused on, does A flow to B? Does B flow to C? Does C flow to D? Within a paragraph, from paragraph to paragraph. Yeah. I should take Rosie off and marry her. Vinegar Valen had denied him his bronze link and Ebros his silver. He would never be a maester. I could be a husband, though. I could have a wife as lovely as the queen, if I had a golden dragon. Head down, Pate followed Armin and Aleras past the great green sphinxes and into the heart of the Citadel of Oldtown. Rune and Arlen left them by Healer's Hall to hear Ebros speak on urine. Maribald decided he was for his cell. Aleras was the last to part from Pate. You need to hide your wounds better, or Leo will keep stabbing you. I thought it was late at night. Ebros speaking at... I mean, this is obviously like... George probably recognized these mistakes too, but like... They were supposed to be coming home to get a good night's sleep because the next morning Ebros was going to have a lecture on urine. But here, he leaves them at Healer's Hall to speak on urine. Like, at that moment. Clearly, like... George is making a mistake here on the time, but of course, he catches it later and fixes it. You need to hide your wounds better, or Leo will keep stabbing you, the Sphinx said. As they stood beneath the statue of King Daron I outside of the war hall. He'll never waste a dragon on a maiden when he could just soon gamble it away. He says it just to make you bleed. Above them, King Daron sat astride his huge stone horse, his sword lifted towards Dorne. A seagull was perched on young Daron's head, and 2 more on the blade. If saying it makes me bleed, doing it will make me bleed worse, Pate said. Walgrave will awaken soon. I must go. When you're done with him, I mean, is it so late that I guess it's so late they're not sleeping through the night? Maybe that's it. It's like in college when you stay up through the night and you go to an 8 o'clock lecture, or something because it's 4 or something. I don't know. Maybe that's it. Above, when you're done with him, come join me at the archery butts. Alaris owned a longbow taller than he was, made from the golden wood of the Summer Isles. He shot for 2 hours every day. We'll loose some shafts and pretend the bales are Lazy Leo. I will, Pate lied. All he could think about was Rosie. He wondered if he had enough silver to get a mule for them. Once he bought her from her mother, they would live free, wandering the roads and sleeping under the hedges. Ebros might not think him worthy of the silver, but he could set a bone and leech a fever. You did not need a chain around your neck to heal the wounded and afflicted. The small folk would be grateful for his knowledge. And if they aren't well, I still have Rosie. It's interesting here as well that the idea that the golden dragon is supposed to be for her maidenhead, but here it's like he's got this idea that if he buys her, he gets her as a wife too, rather than her just continuing on as a sex worker. This is also kind of, deleted idea, but an interesting concept. I've been in a lot of third world countries where I've run into lots of sex workers and sex tourists, and there was a practice of like if you bought a sex worker for a couple nights in a row, she was just your girlfriend. And so I would see like sex tourists with like the same girl, and they're just like, well, they bought her a couple times and then she just hangs out with him. You're like, so I guess it's something like that. Anyway, it's the Citadel had woken at first light. Townsfolk were gathered by Scribes' Hall, waiting their turn to have a letter read and written. Nearby, some cook's boys waited in the shallows of the Honeywine, gathering frogs. Vinegar Valen, Maester Orwain, and 3 acolytes descended the wooden steps of the observatory. A stream of novices, some as young as 7, hurried towards the commons to break their fast. There's so much more here on the geography of the Citadel and like what's at the Citadel. Beside the door, 3 rectors were locking a novice in the stocks. Caught stealing food from the kitchens, one called. When he saw Pate looking, the sun shimmered off the golden dome of the conclave and the glass roof of the winter gardens, and the wooden vanes of the maester's mills were creaking as they turned. Archmaester Castos waddled by in a honey-colored robe the size of a pavilion, arguing heatedly with Archmaester Periston. The hog and the stork, Pate thought, and neither one would see a novice unless he tripped over him. This is, again, the menagerie aspect. I was very curious, like when you read the appendices of A Feast for Crows, you get this description of all of these different archmaesters and what color mask and rod they have. And I always thought it was funny because hardly any of them actually appear in the story or even talked about. But in this long prologue, they do. So you hear about people like Archmaester Castos, the hog and the stork. At the weeping dock, 2 solemn acolytes helped an old man into a boat, then a mother with babe in arms. Whether any of them would return from Bloody Isle, only gods would know. Yeah, this line made it. Stayed in. About this like trip to Bloody Isle. I wonder if, but I think makes it into the Sam chapter. Transfers this one to the Sam chapter because a lot of people wonder who this mother and babe are, and they talk about it, but that made it into the Sam chapter, I think. Pate did not need a boat to reach the Isle of Ravens. A drawbridge linked it to the bank. The Ravenry was the oldest building in the Citadel, the seed from which the rest had grown. Once it had been a castle, the grim island stronghold of some forgotten lord. Moss and creeping vines covered its walls now. However, the ravens walked its battlements in place of archers. The drawbridge had not been raised in living memory. This I thought about when writing the in the fanfic, when we wrote the Fool chapter about how they raised the drawbridge, and then Sam and everybody has to scream and have them lower the bridge again. It was cool and dim inside the castle walls. An ancient weirwood filled the yard, as it had since these stones had first been raised. The carved face of his trunk was grown over by the same purple moss that hung heavy from the tree's pale limbs. Half of the branches seemed dead, but elsewhere a few red leaves still rustled, and it was there the ravens liked to perch. The tree was full of them, and there were more in the arched windows overhead. All around the yard, the ground was speckled by their droppings. As Pate crossed the yard, one flapped overhead and heard the others quirking to each other. He opened the door to the north tower and began to climb. Walgrave was awake, shuffling barefoot across the bedchamber towards his privy. One of the white ravens was preening itself on his bedpost, another at the open window. "Pate!" they shrieked when he entered. "Pate, Pate!" The clamor made Walgrave turn. "There you are. Help me to the privy, if you'd be so good. I must needs more my bowels." Yeah, so we actually meet Walgrave. It's not just like memories and everything. Pate, he's there. For half a heartbeat, Pate feared this might be one of Archmaester's more lucid days, but it soon became apparent that was not the case. Walgrave seemed to think his name was Cresson. That made it in. But I think this is all in flashback in the final. Some old friends of his from when he was an acolyte. Once the old man was ensconced upon his privy, Pate let him be. The moving of the Archmaester's bowels was a glacial process. There's glaciers in Westeros, I guess. At least they have the study of them. Walgrave kept his valuables in a strong box. The valuables. This is great. I did a whole thing on this. Wasn't well viewed. Walgrave kept his valuables in a strong box underneath his bed. He had to get down on his knees to fish it out. The box was stoutly made and bound with iron, but its lock was broken. That lock had been the reason Maester Gorman suspected Pate of theft, but it wasn't true. Archmaester Walgrave had broken the lock himself after losing the key that opened it. Inside were the old man's meager treasures. And these are pretty much the same. The bag of silver stags, the lock of yellow hair tied up with a ribbon, faded miniature of an old woman who resembled nothing so much as Walgrave with teats. I think but I think he adds I think it's the Walgrave with teats taken out, and instead it's just like a woman with big ears or something. I have to. What is it? Painted miniature. Oh, painted miniature of a woman resembling Walgrave, even to her mustache. is what makes it here. And a knight's gauntlet made of lobstered steel and chased with gold. The gauntlet belonged to a prince, Walgrave claimed, but he could not recall which one. And then, in the original, he finds the key in here. Oh yes, here it is. It's here too. It's just that the paragraphs are different here. Pate took the gauntlet and upended it. A key fell out of on the floor. If I pick that up, I'm a thief, he thought. The key was old and ornate, made of black iron. All the archmaesters had one. The others kept theirs upon their person and put it in a safe place. But if Walgrave had put his in a safe place, no one would ever see it again. The strongbox key was in a safe place. Pate did not doubt. Do I want to do this? Oh, I see the joke here. He says, if you put it in a safe place, Walgrave would never see it again. The strongbox key was in a safe place. Thus, he's never going to see it again. He's forgotten it. So I could see. I see why George cut this line. It's clever. What George is writing is clever, but it doesn't flow. All of this I understand. Yeah. The dragon begs you to reconsider, the hooded man had said. And so in the long prologue, the alchemist is called the hooded man, not to be confused with the hooded man of Winterfell. The dragon begs you to reconsider, the hooded man had said, flashing his coin. On one side was a three-headed dragon. On the other, a king's head. He made the dragon walk across his knuckles. Gold for glass, thought Pete. You won't do better. Do you want her? Do you love her? Gold for iron is what we get, and thus the alchemist thing. So, but this is just gold for glass. Because we're talking about a glass candle. He snatched up the key. He was halfway to the door when he thought again, went back, and took the silver too. A thief was a thief, whether he stole a little or a lot. Pate, one of the white ravens, called after him. Pate, Pate, Pate. From his own cell, he took the meager store of coins he put aside for Rosie, and the lantern he used to light Walgrave's way by night. The library was a large, and then he's not giving the key to Jock and Hagar. He is getting the object himself. The library was the largest building in the Citadel. All of stone it was, inside and out. An earlier library made of wood had burned, and many precious books had been lost. Grotesques lined its parapets, no two alike. Each was more hideous than the last, and every one had a book or a scroll in hand. The library boasted 7 towers in honor of the 7 gods, and more turrets and oriels than anyone could hope to count. A large upper story bay with a window supported by brackets or corbels. Who knew an oriel? George never has used that in Ice and Fire, so he cuts it. Archmaester Malos was coming out as Pate was going in. The small gray man that Lazy Leo called the mouse. Again, this menagerie thing. The menagerie is still mentioned, but we don't have any details. All this details of the menagerie here. He did look a little mouse-like as he scurried down the steps. Malos was famed for giving lectures in so soft a voice that no one had heard a word of them. He nodded to Pate as he passed. His eyes were so bad he needed acolytes to read to him. And he had once been heard to say it was better to nod to a beggar than risk giving offense to a lord. The cavernous entry hall was one of the wonders of the Citadel, with its marble floors, tall fluted pillars, and dome of leaded glass. But Pate passed through it quickly and sought the nearest stair. Down in the vaults, the air was cool and dim. Pate stopped and lit his lantern. Be quick, he told himself. Go in and take the candle and get out. You've gone too far for second thoughts. Remember Rosie, remember Leo. It's amazing how much, how much, just environment, geography, people of the Citadel that George wrote and then just cut because it wasn't working. It's amazing, which is why, I mean, it's funny because I had that thought like when I read the appendices. I'm just like, wow, there's so much detail here on all of these people. And then when the World of Ice and Fire came out, there's a lot of detail on what the Citadel is like. And it just comes from this. Yet when he found himself standing before the great bronze face at the bottom of the steps, he was trembling. The face was beardless. Its hair. Oh, this is the fascinating thing. So now he has gone into the. He's gone into the library, the cavernous entrance hall. He found himself standing before the faces of the seven here. The face was beardless, its hair covered by a hood, which led some to say that it was meant to be a woman, the mother perhaps, or the crone. The crone was always pictured with a lantern, though, and the only lantern here was his. Pate set it down, took out Walgrave's key, and thrust it into the face's open mouth. Oh, this is fascinating. Okay, he thinks it's the seven. It's not. It's a gate. It's a parallel to the Black Gate. So in so many ways here, okay, like the werewood net and north of the wall is parallel to the Citadel. And originally George had even desired to have it more of a parallel, considering that like he originally wanted the glass candles to give each of the holders eternal life, much like you get eternal life in the werewood net. But here he comes to the Citadel and he's going down into the basement, and there is a large. He comes to a great bronze face at the bottom of the steps. So this is exactly the same as Bran coming down the well and finding the big werewood face. The face was beardless, its hair covered by a hood, which led to some to say it was a woman. The mother perhaps with a crone. The crone was always pictured with a lantern, but the only lantern was his. So they're saying that it's probably not the seven. It's just a big like hooded face. He's not sure what it is. Pate set it down, put out Walgrave's key, and thrust it into the face's open mouth. So he's opening this like mouth gate, just like the Black Gate. He had to put his arms in almost to the elbow before the key found purchase. In and out, he thought. In and out. Take what you need. In and out. In and out. In and out for Rosie. He turned the key until he heard a click, withdrew his hand, and gave the door a push. Then he makes to something. Yes. Within the ring of wisdom, all was darkness. Pate raised his lantern high. The chamber was 21 feet across and round. Here every place was a place of honor, the archmaesters like to say, for knowledge makes all men equals, and learning had no beginning and no end. Pate's footsteps echoed faintly in the empty chamber. The light of his lantern shimmered off a polished wood floor made from spokes of 1 in 20 kinds of wood, cedar and spruce, pine and alder, mountain ash and Dornish yew, black oak, white oak, red oak, hickory and hornbeam, redwood from the reach, werewood from the wall, walnut, butternut and pecan, red maple, teak and ebony, and golden heart from the summer isles, mahogany from the steamy shores of Sotheros. During his last visit, he had spent a deal of time staring at the floor, fumbling for answers that never came. This time I have the answer, though. So it's like all of the different types of wood, just like all the different types of metals. So we have this parallel here, but what does it mean? Like nature being replaced by man. I don't know. I don't know, but obviously George cut all this. He raised his lantern up above his head, over the place where the wooden spokes met like slices of some great pie. Hung an ornate oil lamp of gold and leaded glass, wrought in the shape of a sun. It was less enlightened. It was less enlightened, meant to be enlightenment. But Pate had never felt than when he stood beneath it. I don't know what's this sentence. It was less enlightened, meant to be. I don't know what that means. I don't know if it's I have to go back. The Ring of Thrones was back against the wall, half hidden in the shadows. They were thrones to him, at least. The Archmaesters called them chairs. Each chair was wrought in the same wood as the spoke in which it stood. Each was elaborately carved, no two alike, and each had a metal mask hanging from the wall above it. So the wood does have corresponding metals to it. The masks did not interest Pate. And this is why when you're in the appendices and they talk about the masks and the rods, like, this is the reason, because of this long prologue. The mask did not interest Pate. It was the candles he'd come for, the tall glass candles that stood in the iron holders at each right hand of each and every throne. So each Archmaester has a glass candle originally, down from every Maester, every Archmaester to 4. They were 3 feet tall and slender as a dirk, rigid and twisted, glittering black in the light of the lantern. I will take Valen's candle. In the tales of Spotted Pate, the pig boy always paid back insults. The bronze mask, he told himself. He wears the bronze mask. But the masks were hung well above his head, and in the dim light he could not tell one metal from the other. In the end, Pate chose one of the glass candles almost at random and eased it gingerly from its ornate iron candle holder. It was said the glass candles had been brought here from Valyria 1,000 years ago, before the Doom. From base to wick they were obsidian, black, brittle, shiny. Dragon glass, the small folk called it. Had the dragons made it before they all died out? Pate was not certain. He had never understood about the glass candles. What was a glass candle that did not burn? Armin the Acolyte had once explained it to them. The glass candles were a lesson, he said, as fraught with meaning as the chain of many metals that a maester wore about his neck. The night before he donned that chain, every would-be maester was locked into this chamber as the sun was going down to contemplate the vow he was about to take. Neither lamp nor tape was permitted to him. So he must spend his night in darkness. Lamp nor tape? Maybe this is something that, I don't know. Unless he could somehow light one of the glass candles. Some try, said Armin. The foolish ones, the stubborn ones, the ones who have studied enough sorcery to add Valyrian steel to their chains. Often they cut their fingers, for the ridges of the candles are as sharp as razors. Then, with bloody hands, they must wait upon the dawn, brooding on their failure. Wiser men simply go to sleep, or spend their night every year. There are always a few who must try. Yes, Maribald had asked. But what's the bloody use of a candle that casts no light? Armin looked down his nose at him. The glass candle is the wisdom we have earned, as beautiful as knowledge, as fragile as truth. I think... See, some of this makes it into the Samuel chapter. Like as fragile as truth. Is that... No, there's something. Am I imagining that? Because that's a pretty good line. As fragile as truth. Where did I hear that? As merciless. Game of Thrones as merciless as truth. Oh, I know why this is. I remember now. Some of this is actually taken from A Clash of Kings with regards to the glass candles. Like George actually recycled some of his writing about the glass candles from A Clash of Kings into the long prologue. I remember specifically this line, as beautiful as knowledge, as fragile as truth. I remember that from the previous drafts of A Clash of Kings, because it was such a good line. And he recognized it was a good line, passed it on, and then somehow it didn't make it. Beautiful as knowledge, fragile as truth. It's too bad. It is made in the shape of a candle to remind us that a maester must cast the light whenever he serves, and it is sharp to remind us that knowledge can be dangerous. Wise men may grow arrogant in their wisdom, but a maester must always remain humble. The glass candle reminds us of that as well. Even after he's said his vows and donned his chain, he must go forth to serve. A maester will think back on the darkness of his last night as an acolyte and remember how nothing that he did could make the candle burn. Even with knowledge, some things are not possible. How much more do I have here? Do I keep going? All right, let's finish it out. Even though I've been talking about this forever. Pate cradled the candle in his palm. In his memory, the holders had been taller. The candles were shorter. It's as long as my arm. How am I going to get it out? He could hardly cross the Citadel with a glass candle in his hand. I would have brought a cloak to wrap it in. He cursed himself for a fool, but cursing did not solve the problem. There's only one way. His robe was belted with a plated leather cord. Pate cut it into 3 pieces and bound the candle to his left leg below the knee. Walking would be awkward, but his robe would hide the treasure long enough for him to reach the docks. The Citadel of Oldtown had never seemed so vast to Pate as it did that morning. He avoided the river and took a less traveled path through the summer gardens, praying that he did not encounter any of his friends. I should have brought a quiver, he thought when he passed the archery butts. The target had been painted on bales of hay, and 4 acolytes were loosing shafts at them from 100 paces, but the Sphinx was not amongst them. A quiver would have been the perfect thing to hide the candle in. By the time he passed the Sphinxes, I guess this needs fixed. The worst is done with, he told himself. The streets of Oldtown swinging his leg. Again, he shunned the river road for less through narrow streets, dark courts, and Pate was feeling dizzy as he hobbled out into as clumsily as Maribald. Familiar ways, wending gloomy alleys, ripe with odors and decaying fish. Last night's ale had worn off. He wanted to close his eyes and rest a while, but if he did, he would be caught. The cobblestone guard would turn him over to the rectors, and Rosie would be lost to him forever. Yeah, cobblestone guards. Yeah, I think I mentioned this last time that they're the city watch of Oldtown, or in originally were called the cobblestone guards. Cobblestone guard. It seemed to take a year to find the cellar that he wanted, where fishwives wind met Old Cod Alley. No sooner had Pate entered than a whore accosted him. Her heavy white breasts hung almost to her waist. Here, lad, give us a kiss now. Why, 7 fucking hells, she recoiled. Look, he's pissed himself. No, said a stranger's voice. That's blood. Blood? Pate looked down. His robe clung to his leg, black and wet from knee to hem. Not blood. My blood's not black, he tried to say, as the cellar spun around him. Help me, he said, but the whore was backing away from him. A floor of hard-packed earth rose up to meet him. Gold for glass, he thought. Gold for. Very reminiscent of... So he's tied this glass candle to his leg, and then he walks out, and the glass candle cuts his leg, and he's lost so much blood that he passes out. Very reminiscent of what eventually becomes the Mercy chapter, you know. this idea of the hardpack earth rising up to meet him, the cobblestones rise up to meet him. It's something that George occasionally has, but I guess he liked this line enough to kind of have at the end of the final. But then we get, he survives. When he woke again, a wooden floor was moving under him, and the glass candle was burning with a strange, steady light. This is a dream, Pate told himself. A glass candle cannot burn. Even with knowledge, some things are not possible. Who told you that? A voice said quietly. It was only then that Pate realized he'd spoken aloud. Armin, he said, he's an acolyte. An acolyte and a fool. There is movement in the shadows. He speaks of things he does not understand. The hooded man stood before him, admiring the candle. It casts a lovely light. So now we know that, like, originally, Jaqen H'ghar, he was after the glass candle. So this is, I guess, Jaqen talking more than he ever talks. That was not the word Pate would have chosen. There was a disturbing quality to the light, as if the light was leaching out some of the hues while making others queerly sharp. Some of this stuff is Semel 5, right? Makes it into Semel 5. Reds turned fiery bright. Whites became blinding. But the shadows blackened until there were holes in the very fabric of the world. There are no common flames. This is some sorcery. They were made in Valyria 1,000 years ago, said the hooded man. The Valyrian poet Escharis once wrote that men are candles. We all burn brightly for a while, but sooner or late we gutter out, and the darkness takes us. But these candles, they burn, but they do not consume, he chuckled. Powers waken, Pate. Shadows stir. There are dragons in the world again, and all things are possible for those who dare. Do you know what the use the Valyrians made of these glass candles? This is definitely Semel 5 lines. Light, said Pate. The obvious answer, but worth stating. Yes, light was part of it. Tallow candles smoke and stink. Even beeswax flickers. But not dragon glass. But it was more than that. Armin the Acolyte said they were to keep us humble. As humble as Valyrians, and as dry as the deep green sea, the hooded man laughed. I hardly think so. The sorcerers of the Freehold could see across mountains, seas, and deserts with these. They could speak to one another, half a world apart, seated before their candles. That would be useful, wouldn't you say? That's Marwyn lines given to Marwyn. We wouldn't need ravens. Only after battles. This is straight up Semel 5. The hooded man pulled off a glove and a pale finger lightly down the candle's length. Scrying and Rand speaking aye and more. No, maybe I have to go back. Maybe there's some object recognition here that messed this up. Do you recall the poet I spoke of? The poet? I began to understand why you are still a novice. Escharis was a sorcerer as well. And when he wrote that men were candles, he was making more than metaphors. The night is dark and full of terrors, and light can keep some fearful things at bay, even death. So again, in A Clash of Kings, the original idea was that the glass candles granted eternal life as a stronger metaphor for the werewood net. But here, it seems that they seem to be still doing that. They keep death at bay. Fire was at the root of all Valyrian magic. With such candles, men made themselves immortal. Dragonglass burns, but it is not consumed. So long as the flame lasts, the man whose life is bound to it cannot die. He turned back towards Pate. The bond did need to be renewed from time to time with blood. So, just like the werewood, sacrificing in front of the werewood, blood's taken in, grants eternal life. It's the same thing. The word gave Pate a sudden chill. Show me your face. As you wish. He pulled down the hood. Pate did not know what he had expected. The hooded man was just a man. His face was just a face. A young man's face, round and ordinary, with full cheeks and a shadow of a beard. A scar slowly fainted on his right cheek. He had a hooked nose and a mat of dense black hair that curled lightly around his ears. So, Jaqen H'ghar, this is the last look that Jaqen H'ghar has when Arya says goodbye to him in A Clash of Kings. It was not a face that Pate recognized. I do not know you, nor I you. He sounded almost sad. That, yeah, the idea that the faceless men can't kill someone they know is right here, which is why he feels sad. He says, "Who are you? A stranger, no one, truly. I wanted my dragon, gold for glass, you said." And as quick at that as that, the coin was in his hand. But the light of the glass candle, his fingers had a golden glow. Pate snatched for it eagerly and bit it to make certain it was gold. "Do you even understand how gold should feel between your teeth?" asked the hidden man. "I've tasted gold before," Pate lied. "I've tasted plenty." And I guess, this idea that he's just gonna he's going to die here or something. And that's it. That's the long prologue, I think. I mean, I have to double check, but I think that's it. That's what he wrote. But yeah, so much there. All right, let's get the comments here because I've been talking for like an hour on that. Oh, interesting. Sounds like the acolyte test is an easy excuse to give the candles blood. That's a really interesting idea. Huh. That's an interesting idea. I hadn't thought of that. That's a good idea. That they purposely put the acolytes in there to give the blood, so that the archmaesters can live longer. Wow. Huh. Anyway, Hotah chapter, as I said, the Hotah chapter is coming out this week. As long as my voice, as long as my voice works. Oh geez. Did you see a video of an MEK cultist? I don't know what MEK in Los Angeles. People's Mujahideen of Iran. I have not heard about any Iran U-Haul thing. A driver to oh. Huh. U-Haul accelerates through anti-Iran protest in LA. I mean, this can't be good. I mean, these things, the problem with something like that, well, good thing only 2 people were injured. The problem with these things is like, right now everything can be used as an excuse to invade a country. So it's just kind of, you're just like, oh God, like, can we just stop this? Can we just stop doing crazy stuff that people are going to use against things like that? We don't need a more American wars. Thoughts on the Iran situation? I don't know. I mean, every few years there's protests in Iran, and then there's a crackdown, and then and doesn't necessarily last. And until it's not, until it does, until a protest actually works, you know. So it's hard for me to know. It's hard for me to gauge, you know, from where we are and having their, you know, our eyes on the ground in Iran are not great. Journalism is not what it used to be in the world. So it's like, will they be successful in overthrowing the government and making reforms? Probably not, but you never know. Maybe, you know. So, but I don't know. I don't necessarily have like too many like, you know, big thoughts on it, because it's just like one of these things where you're like, well, it's really hard to say. I mean, no, for example, like no one was expecting, say, like the overthrow of like Syria. A very different situation, because you're talking about like a military organization like going in and overthrowing the government. But all of a sudden you were like, the government was that weak, but they made it this long, and they weathered so many other stronger things. It's the same thing with like, you know, protests. Like which ones are successful in overthrowing somebody, and is overthrowing somebody even enough? I mean, in Egypt, you know, they overthrew Mubarak and then they just replaced him with Sisi, and everything's exactly the same. I mean, there was some time in between there with like Scaf and Morsi, but like, you know, even if you get rid of Ayatollah Khamenei, like, would somebody just as bad or equal in his restrictions be put in place? Who knows? But I don't know. And will this ramming be used as another excuse to distract from the Epstein files? I don't know. You know, I wish I had more knowledge on that, but what's your most valid crash out here in stream? Not sure. Like, I don't know if I've ever had like a crash out. Like, do you mean like me like flipping out or something? I mean, there's times where I've gotten like angry, but I don't think I've never ever like lost my shit or something. Anything that where I'm just like embarrassed and like anything like that. I don't think I've had anything like that that's like I can remember where I'm just like, oh fuck, I really just fucking flipped out during that. I mean, there's times where I've gotten like, you know, people have like provoked me about politics, and I've got a little angry, and I like talk too long on a subject, but I think that's about it. I can't think of any like crash out. And crash out being a valid, I mean, I don't know. I mean, right? Like, if it's a crash out, is it valid? Like, people look at crash outs and they're like, "Oh my god, this guy's gone off. He's gone crazy." So I don't know. Yeah. The whole TL no ward. How about AM? A page at CR. These acronyms, man. Oh shit. My Duolingo is like, you got to do your fucking Duolingo. Yeah, I wish I had a better answer for like a valid crash out. I can't think of anything that like comes to mind where I'm just like, oh god, that was a time I really flipped my lid during stream. I don't think that's ever happened. What's weird, like, I don't think like politics are very extreme or crazy. Like, I'm usually trying to like talk about the reasonableness of like liberalism, which is like, um, which is weird when some people are like, oh, fucking, I hate Preston's extreme politics. It's like, I'm a fucking liberal. Like, I don't like, I'm not some like tear down the country, um, anarchist. I'm not some like communist. I'm certainly not right wing. I'm just a liberal who's like, hey, you know what? American society should be more like Scandinavian society. Like, I don't see myself like flipping out and crashing out over something. But and as for like the whole TL no Ward, how about AM, a page at CR? Like, I wish I knew what that means. Yeah. But RIP Bob Weir, what the weirwood is named after, the Weirwood. The Weirwood is named after Bob Weir. He finally died. I think there's a 90% chance that we're going to get a George R. R. Martin like post on Bob Weir at some point. So I think that's coming. And Colombia next door to Venezuela. Oh, that's true. That's true. They are next door. If you had to tell a Song of Ice and Fire from only one or two perspectives, prologue, epilogue excluded, who would you choose? So this is interesting because I'm reminded of The Expanse. So, George's proteges, they wrote The Expanse, and in The Expanse has two POVs, and one author wrote one POV, the other wrote the other POV, and then they blended them and they edited each other's work, and it worked out pretty well. If you're talking about a Song of Ice and Fire, like if you're going to try to do the entire thing, but with only two POVs, could it be done? That's really could it be done? I mean, you would need to have Dany be one of them. Like, you couldn't get around Dany being one of the point of views. So it has to be Daenerys, right? Like, she's the only POV in the East for the first 3 books. And so if you're going the other way, like, which point of view can see the most and be around, like, politics wise? I guess. I mean, do you keep it as Jon because you're dealing with like the others, or do you just like make it Tyrion because he's around most of the action? It's so odd if you're to try to like write the entire story from Tyrion's perspective and just do Tyrion Dany to tell the story. That'll be really hard. I mean, I feel like you could probably do a Game of Thrones pretty well. And then you just be like Tyrion would just be hearing about everything like secondhand. And then you get into Clash of Kings and Tyrion covers most of it. A Storm of Swords, Tyrion covers most of it. Yeah. Hello.
I'm so sorry to bug in on this one, but wow, that's a great question. This is a great question.
I know, it's so funny to think about, like, if you're rewriting the entire story, because obviously each book, I mean, if you're just talking about Game of Thrones, obviously like Ned Dany would be the book, right? Like,
but what I see, I want Tyrion because maybe Tyrion Dany because he literally travels to almost every single kingdom in the first book.
Yeah.
And
I mean, everywhere. You're right that in the first book, if you kept it Tyrion, you could have him go north. You have that prologue, and then you have him go north, and he gets that taste of the prologue. And then he goes south and he gets messed up with Cat, and then he goes to battle. Mm-hmm. So you're getting a lot. You're just missing the Ned death stuff, which he could hear about maybe secondhand, like, oh, this happened in King's Landing. This happened in King's Landing. So yeah, you could probably, I guess Tyrion would probably be if you're not doing Ned, Tyrion would probably be the best. And then the second book, yeah, hands down, you've got to have Tyrion.
And then Catelyn.
Yeah. Oh, like no Dany, like you just cut Dany for the second book.
Here's the
pick up with her in a later book.
Here's what makes this entire question so difficult is that you need at least 3, right? And Dany needs to be the one in all, like, yeah. What about the story in the East?
You're right, because essentially, like, the 3 settings are the Wall and the North, the politics of the 7 Kingdoms, and then Essos, right? And so you kind of always need somebody.
Because I like, for the second book, if I'm sorry to retire Devil, great question, but also the most difficult I think I've ever seen on stream. For the second book, Clash of Kings, you have to have at least 3, which would be Tyrion, Catelyn, and I would argue Theon.
Yeah, I mean, Theon is pretty strong for the second book. In fact, even for Storm of Swords, I would argue that Sam is a more important POV than Jon for Storm of Swords, because he's the one that's like observing the others. He's the one manipulating the election, stuff like that. Jon, there's some cool battle scenes and shit, but like Jon isn't really necessary as a POV. But Sam is, weirdly enough. I mean, this is why Sam is created as a POV, because George felt it absolutely necessary. All right, so for a Game of Thrones, most important POVs, I mean, you got to have Dany. You have to, right? Yeah. But you're saying strong number 2 would be Tyrion, actually. And then if you had a third, I guess it would be Ned.
Yes, 100%.
So that's a Game of Thrones. This is a fun one. And then second book, we just cut the Dany story. We have, like, let's say we just have no fucking clue what she's doing for that whole book. So
which, by the way, would be fucking crazy to think about, because when you read a Game of Thrones and you go to Clash of Kings, you want to know, oh, there's dragons now. What's going on with that?
Yeah.
So it's the biggest cock tease.
Yeah. So then the second book, we just do Theon. Do we keep Tyrion?
You gotta know what's going on in King's Landing. Plus, Stannis is coming. Either I wouldn't
say Catelyn's more important. Catelyn's more important than, because Catelyn hops around quite a bit, but she's the one that views Stannis, like when he comes to visit and things like that.
Which makes me wonder, like, if you want to swap out Davos for Tyrion for Davos, I would not have a complaint with that.
Yeah, you cover the story. Like, imagine if, like, oh man, that'd be so funny. And then you have to have a little bit of the North. What if, like, the second book were just Theon, Davos, Jon?
You do realize that if you do this, you're gonna have to have like at least 10 books. You're gonna
No, but like, you just have to have a lot of shit off screen, right? And then
I gotta...
right, and then third book. Okay, you return to Dany, and then we do Sam and
Sansa or Bree. No,
you're right. I think Sansa's the most important. What's funny is that there's no Arya. Like, her wandering around the Riverlands.
It's okay. It's okay. She can show up again at Winterfell when those two guys.
This would be very interesting. Like, to read a series in which your POVs just vanish, and you're like, I've got 3 new POVs, like, telling the story, like, and the other ones, you know, not an adding or whatever of POVs, but just like ones vanish.
Here's the thing. I would love, like, the Jamie story is just so good.
Oh, it's so good. You're right.
So, but also it's great in us in Feast as well, which makes it so difficult.
Oh my god, it's just so weird. Like you have a Clash of Kings and you have no eyes on King's Landing for an entire book.
Hmm.
Oh man. Oh, but this is like, wait. What about the red wedding and stuff like that? You'd have to have no red wedding and shit
Mm.
like that. You just hear about the red wedding like secondhand from Sansa.
Oh wow, this is.
Oh, okay. And then the third book. Um. Oh, geez. Which feast characters am I keeping?
So we got to have Jamie. I kind of want Cersei, but also at the same time, like I understand why you wouldn't want to. Like there's so many important ones, like Asha.
God, there's so many important ones.
You could also argue Sam is also fairly important in Feast,
I
kind
think you
of.
probably. I mean, what if you just have Aaron viewing everything, and then you don't need you can do Victorian and Asha through Aaron, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And then you just have Ariane, and you just have Cersei, or you'd want to have Jamie instead of Cersei.
His
Like,
redemption arc is just like so.
well,
So
he also
crucial.
like is in King's Landing, and then he leaves and goes all around the kingdom. So like, in a sense, the traveling character is the traveling character is the one that is the most powerful if you're talking about storytelling, because then they can view many places and then get the updates. So like Tyrion is all over the fucking map in a Game of Thrones, and Theon travels from the Riverlands to the Iron Islands to the north in that whole story, and Davos travels from he travels from Dragonstone to Storm's End, to King's Landing. Jon is traveling all over the north. And then Danny. I mean,
I got
I
a
guess you just got
curveball
to
to
get
throw
back to
at you,
Danny.
but I'll wait till you get to dance. I got a curveball to throw at you, but let's get to
Okay.
dance first. Dance, I feel like you have to have Jon because so much is happening over there, and the
Mm-hmm.
way it ends as well.
Yeah. Yeah. If we're going dance, I mean, it's funny because like dance is essentially just a. Wait, did I somehow lose? Yeah, there's my 4. Where's my dance? My dance is like. Okay, so Danny ends ruling. She's just ruling Marine. You don't really need her. So you're saying you have Jon at the wall. Who else is really needed in dance? Nothing happens in
I'll,
dance. So
I'll forgive you for wanting to put Bran in there. I'll forgive you for this.
you're right that we would need at least some fucking advancement of the Bran story. So you'd need to have like Jon, Bran, and would you want to lose the Theon story? Just be about the North then. The Dance of the Dragons would just be about the North.
I have a curveball to throw at you, but go ahead and put your guys in.
Okay. Are you there? You muted.
Yeah, no, I always mute myself because background noise.
What about Vic? What if a Dance of Dragons was just Jon, Bran, and Vic? Because he's hearing stories about Dany the whole way. And
That is true.
he makes it to Volantis. I mean, he gets, you just add more Vic chapters. And he's a fucking crazy dude.
Actually, you know what? You could remove Jon and just have Mel.
Oh.
It's because she's there the whole time, like, fuck it, why not? And we get more insight into her bullshit,
Yeah.
so...
See, this is really fun. Now, I almost want to... God damn it, I wish there was another point of view, because I like reusing point of views, like doing this and never reusing a point of view, it would be interesting.
Okay,
So it's
okay.
like I want to like undo. I want to somehow remove Danny from.
No. I got you. Are you ready for this? Because
Okay.
sorry to Retired Devil. I know this wasn't in the original super chat, but here's your curveball.
Okay.
Only 3 point of view chapters. Homie did
Oh,
not say anything about prologue, epilogue.
right.
So,
Right. Oh, you can do that.
So are we keeping Kevin for dance? Who you
Yeah.
want to
Yeah.
put
No. Yeah.
Cersei?
You're right. You're right. You could do some stuff with that. But also, like, if you were gonna, you could remove Danny and just have everybody hear about stuff. I think a fun game is you get 3 points of view. None of the points of view can ever repeat. Okay, and then who
That's
would
what
you
we need.
choose for that book? So I got to remove Danny and put in somebody else in Storm. So let's remove Danny from Storm and replace her with Jamie. And then Jamie, should we replace him with Cersei or Brienne for A Feast for Crows? Right? What if these were the books? What if you try to tell the story with these three characters in each story, and they never repeat?
What I would do is I would keep Jamie at Feast, and Storm I would put in, believe it or not, Jon, because he just does so much in Storm.
But if we're removing Jon, we got to remove Jon from. But we've got Sam already. We've already got Sam.
I'm sorry. Replace Jamie with Catelyn and replace Cersei with Jamie. Cersei can be a prologue or epilogue point of view.
All right, because that way you get the Red Wedding and you get Lysa and the Moon Door, and then you're saying rather than Cersei having Jamie,
Jamie and then Cersei can be an epilogue. Because, like I said, I'm okay with including prologue, epilogue.
Yeah, I try to come up with like one chapter for these things. I mean, some of these would have to be like Arya would have to do something, like have Arya be the epilogue of. I mean, it's an interesting like little fun exercise. Like you never repeat a point of view ever in the book series, and then.
Here's why I say, because someone was asking me this. Here's why I say Cersei.
Some around. I somehow delete these guys. But yeah, I lost my.
Someone made a good point. The reason I say Cersei epilogue or prologue somewhere is because some of her chapters are just small council meetings, which I like, but she does go into like what's happening around the world, so it is fairly important.
Yeah. It can be done with Jamie though. You could just put Jamie as a fly on the wall in a lot of those. Like Cersei 4. There's no reason.
You could also do that. You could also do that with Arya Hota. Prologue Feast.
Yeah, but you might as well have it be Arion. Like, there's no reason. Like, you might as well just like have everything be Arion. No reason that Aerys Oakheart needed to be a point of view. There's no reason.
Arya Hota.
I know. There's no reason that Arya Hota needs to be a character, nor Aerys Oakheart. Like neither one needs to be there when you've got. I mean, I suppose Arion there, but silly. I mean, I know we changed your question a little, but I think we made it a little more fun. Like if you just had like this was the story. Oh well. Will the Dragon Lord Tyrion wrote at the Shy Maid be of any relevance? I think yes. I think that I think yes. I think absolutely. I mean, that's one of those things that you kind of forget about, but like absolutely. If we're talking seriously though, that there is going to be a Dance of the Dragons, we know there's going to be a fucking Dance of the Dragons. Okay, we know that this is good. George has talked about this. So we know that Dany is going to lose at least one of her dragons. and it's probably going to be in control of Aegon's forces. Whether Aegon's riding him or whether somebody else is riding him, we don't know, but we know that she's going to have, there's going to be a dragon on dragon battle of some sort. And so the fact that like Tyrion wrote all of this information and the Aegon camp has it, yeah, that's absolutely super, super important information. You know, of course, we don't know if like Tyrion wrote legit information, right? He could have lied, right? He could have made shit up. But I think that's definitely something that's going to come back. I mean, theoretically, if George ever wrote a book, you know, what's he going to do? Epstein is still alive. What? If only. Oh, how the world would be different. These people trying to bait me. You know?
That wizard person I had to ban because I checked through their history. They're just trying to be provocative and yeah.
It's like, I mean, yeah. Yeah, they want to be noticed. But yeah, no one feels good about you know, people getting shot in the face. You know, mothers of 3 getting shot in the face for no reason. Which theory of yours, excluding master plans, sounds the most insane but still survives your rereads? Love from Cancun. Nice. Cancun is actually a much more fun town than people think. Like, and I don't mean in a party sense. It's actually because it's like a legit, like, full Mexican city filled with, you know, everything that a city has. Like, people forget that it's a huge city. It's not just like a place for spring breakers, because the spring breakers are often like this kind of area. But like, and not to mention all the things to see around, like Chichen Itza and Tulum. I'm actually a big fan of Cancun. Like, people are, you know, you get this idea that Cancun is going to be like, woo, Cancun. It's like, actually, it's a really fucking nice area. It's fucking great. What stuff, like, which of my theories sounds insane but still survives the rereads? I mean, I think that
he can't ask you this question because you're biased. They're yours.
It's true, but realistically, when I think like stuff that I think that the War and Dragons, like Dragon X theory stuff, I think that stuff still works. I think that
is it insane,
Dragonless
though?
Ambitions, like the Maester stuff that I did, that stuff is still survives pretty well.
Is that insane, though? Maybe I'm just biased as well.
Well, that's the thing, is like, at what point does it stop being insane? But like,
right,
where you're just like, oh, that's quite reasonable, you know? Like,
yeah. Like, oh, this actually, the Maesters want to, you know, call the target. Like, yeah, that sounds.
Yeah,
that sounds,
you know, it's you're like that's not even a Preston Jacobs theory. It's too logical, and
it's too logical.
It's too logical.
Honestly, I think even Littlefinger Death's game, like, yeah, I mean, yeah, that's pretty much true.
Yeah.
Fuck.
Let me think of a few that like survive rereads. I've got to fucking go back into a ways. Like, going back, like, how long has it been since I was like really doing like theory videos? I think Time Traveling Bran fucking is a great fucking series, and that's crazy as hell, but I think it like, I think it's supported well, and I think it just works, you know. And like, so many people are just be like, no, there's no time travel in the story, and you're like, how can you still? But I I think time traveling Bran really works. What do you think?
I'm laughing because like, no, you've convinced me on it, but again, I'm biased. This has to be from like a neutral perspective. But the entire time you're talking about this, I'm just thinking of that meme of Obama giving a medal to Obama. Like that's just literally you right now. You're just patting yourself on the back.
What? How can you pat yourself on the back? Like,
but no, you're right. Time traveling Bran.
That's a great.
Time traveling Bran is like the craziest one, but also like, yeah, okay,
yeah. No, that's all true.
Especially when I keep forgetting to bring this to you, but remember, Ty Frank and Daniel Abraham, they know the ending of the story, and George apparently told Daniel Abraham when he was doing the comic to include one panel in the comic, and it stands out. Do you want to see the panel?
Sure.
It might give a hint to what your time travel thing being actually legit. I'm trying to find it here. I don't know. Here. I don't recall.
This is on Facebook, on Messenger.
I'll send it to you on Facebook. 1 second. Yeah, I have it right here. Pulling you up. I think so. It's this panel here, and I believe George told Daniel Abraham to include the middle panel about a boy who hates stories. Because the comics do leave certain things out, but George told Daniel Abraham to include certain things that'll be important for the very final scene in A Dream of Spring. And I believe it's that middle panel right there where Bran says, "I don't care whose stories they are. I hate them. I know a story about a boy who hated stories." Why that specific? Well, that's the theory, at least. It could be one of the other word panels, but that one stands out. So,
Or I could tell you the story about Bran the Builder. Well, yeah, I mean, this is a story about him.
Bro, it feels like every year since season 8, that fucking ending slowly is creeping back up with some like new evidence coming out.
Like my stories, no, my little lord, not mine. The stories are before and after me, before you two. It's so funny, like it's so much like the nothing beats a good story ending of a Game of Thrones.
I'm telling you, last year it was George, and on the fucking stage in New York Comic Con where he knights that woman, and she goes, "It worked for Brienne." Not in the books yet.
No.
Every year, man. Season 8.
Yeah, I also think patting myself on the back, Battle of Blood is a fucking solid video. I don't know how crazy that is.
Wait, is that the one where Krakens come up because he's pouring blood into the ocean? Mm-hmm. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. That's a crazy good one.
Oh, and you know ones hold up that okay, the ones that are like Purple Wedding is a great fucking video, even though like, you know, let's be honest, like did George like really have Littlefinger or Server X or somebody like that? I mean, maybe he left it open, but Purple Wedding was like
Purple Wedding, again, I'm so sorry. Is that the one where everyone's trying to kill Tyrion, but they somehow kill Joffrey instead?
Yes. That Littlefinger's trying to kill Tyrion instead of Joffrey. Like, I admit that, like, okay, the show already had Olenna be the murderer. She admits it in the show. It doesn't make any fucking sense in the text. Like it's sloppy. The plan is stupid. Like we just kind of accept like, well, it was George's dumb idea. But the Purple Wedding video describing like how it's actually Littlefinger targeting Tyrion. Yeah, it just makes so much more fucking sense. But I kind of accept that like, yeah, no, George was just being dumb. like George.
Uh-oh. You got me so hard. You got me so hard when you were like, Carmine, just think about it. She's going to get this poison, to give it to this fool, to give it to this girl, to give it back to me. How, do, how does that make any sense?
The dumbest fucking thing. Like, here's the plan. Here's the plan. I'm going to team up with Littlefinger. And Littlefinger is going to hire a drunk. And the drunk is going to take some poison and give it to a 13-year-old girl who's going to put it in her hairnet. And then I'm going to take it from her hairnet and put it in the poison. And you're like, why don't you just fucking put it in? Like, why don't you just put it in your pocket? You're like, well, dresses don't have pockets. Like, what? Don't you know anything? Haven't you ever gone out with a woman to a club? They have no place to carry anything. That's why they put everything. They put their money and their lighters in like a cigarette pack, and like, because there's no pockets on dresses. Like,
our friend Manban, Nick, he says, Minds of Wolves and Robins is a fun series that introduced me to George's thought process and how he rehashes every single idea he's ever had.
He does. But yeah. Yeah, I mean, I think it's a really good video. Minds of Wolves and Robins, and I think it's a lot of people's favorite. But you know, now that the show has been out, and I'm like, oh fuck, George's ending was nothing beats a good story. Like, all right, you know, the others are actually just evil. You know, like, this is my idea, is that the others weren't actually that evil, and there might be like a negotiation in the end and stuff like that. The problem is the show came out, and like over time, Carmine and I have just been like slowly discovering more and more things where you're just like, fuck, the show was actually what George fucking wanted.
You know what's funny? I have to give Dave and Dan on some level props, because everyone is clowning on them and have been for the last 7 years. They could have just come out and said, guys, this is what George told us. They have never said that. So again, I think this is why George gives them so much respect. They kept their fucking mouth shut.
Yeah. Happy New Year, or HYN. Is that Happy HYN? If Dunk and Egg Show runs for enough seasons, will we see She-Wolves of Winterfell then ending with what happens at Summerhall? I think Summerhall is only fitting grand finale for this TV series. So Carmine and I talked about this issue offline. And keep in mind that we have to be careful. Not until Tuesday are we allowed to talk about what's in Night of the Seven Kingdoms. But I will say this. They added some scenes that foreshadow shit way down the fucking line. Way fucking down the line. Like, oh my God, what are you thinking? Are you really... Why would you be foreshadowing this? Like, this will never be written about. This will never be put to screen. What the fuck are you doing? Like, why is this scene here? Are you just killing time?
I can't wait to talk about it.
I know.
He's quite... Ira Parker, the showrunner, is quite clearly a fan. He knows about all the ice and fire theories. He's quite clearly... Oh, by the way, there was a theory that he kind of alludes to. I won't spoil it. I promise, not a spoiler. But there's a moment in the show where someone says to Dunk, hey, you ever been to Tarth? Which is clearly a nod to, you know...
Oh, yeah.
He's a fan. He's a fan of theory.
So, like, look, I do think that there is a chance that we will see She-Wolves of Winterfell put to screen if the show does well. And I don't know if the show will. Like, not that the show is bad. The show is fine. But it's not tits and dragons. Like, it's a low key show. We know this from the Hedge Knight. You know, you can read the Hedge Knight. You know, it's not a blockbuster, cooler talk show like House of the Dragon is. It's just not. It's not that kind of world. You know, we're a much smaller scale here. But you know, will the show go on to 4 or 5 seasons in which we then see She-Wolves of Winterfell. And I don't mean that like George will write the short story. I don't think he will. But he might say, this is what She-Wolves of Winterfell is about. These are the plot points, go. But when you're talking Summerhall, that's fucking way like Egg's like 60 years old or something during Summerhall, right? Let me look up exactly when Egg dies. Or at least Dunk is 60. He's 59. I'm sorry. I thought he was 60. He was 59. I'm sorry, everyone, for being off a year. But Egg is 59 fucking years old. For Summerall. So the idea that like we would get to like say you change actors and say you advance plots, okay? Say you do I don't even know what you do here. Would you go like you obviously have your 3 seasons, but then what you do like Village Hero, She-Wolves of Winterfell, and then you do like a time skip and have Summerhall and you change actors or something. It would just be, but that still you're talking like Summerhall season 6 when George originally wanted Summerhall to be like short story 10. But say you make it like 6, but that's just like, that's 5 or 6 years away. I don't think it's happening. I just don't think it's happening. I don't know if the series will make it. Like series tend not to make it that many seasons. I mean, House of the Dragon's only making it 4, right? So
they officially announced that I believe it ends on 4. I do have an idea. I think Night of the Seven Kingdoms kind of sets it up in season 1. Obviously, Press and I have seen the whole thing, I think with how prominent a certain lord is in season 1, I think it's fitting for it to end when Dunk officially becomes Kingsguard, and then he has to put down that brief rebellion. Loop it back around. Which, by the way, like with how much that specific character from that specific house helps out Dunk in season 1, ultimately Dunk having to go against him in the future, I'm like, dude, come on, he's a bro. What are you doing?
I mean, they definitely would not, miss the chance of bringing him back.
Oh my god,
Mr. fucking. I mean, just the man who carries the show with all the charisma.
Yo,
Carmine's like, I'm not gay, but oh my god, I would fuck that guy.
By the way, just to hype up, because I know you want to put out like your own review after the embargo lifts. Man, you made a fucking phenomenal point that I can't wait till the audience hears about the adaptation here. Like you had such a good point about the adaptation that I'm like, what?
Like that's the point. Yeah, it's like the thing in my review. But I mean, I recorded the audio. I haven't put visuals yet to it, but it should be out Tuesday. The embargo lifts, so I should put it out Tuesday.
Should probably put it out maybe Wednesday just to be safe. And for those of you wondering, did we get the screeners? No, we actually didn't. We did not get the screeners. By the way, I noticed small spoiler for the audience, nothing major. For a show from that has tits and dragons, no tits. A lot of cock.
No tits.
No tits. That's so
I know. I recently been to the Tolkien Museum in Switzerland with the biggest collection worldwide. And the owner was basically the ultimate fan. Could you see yourself as the museum director of George R. R. Martin's world? Nah. Nah, nothing like that. I don't know. Like, what's strange is that like I don't have that many collectibles with regards to A Song of Ice and Fire. Like I have a copy of Blood of the Dragon. things like that. But I don't surround myself with like posters and things like that, and like and become. I'm not very infatuated with the relics and objects and things like that, because this is just writing, right? Um, and so I guess it's something like that. Like, I wouldn't be. I'm not the type of person that would have like a letter and be like, this letter is between like George R. R. Martin and the actress that plays Shay. This is a printout of their email that's like, hey, let's meet up and have lunch. Like, I don't know. I don't know if I would have like the same reverence for that. Um, I think that's it. Is I don't like I like stuff. I like stuff, but I don't have reverence for stuff. I guess that's my flaw. Um, and it's fun to. I think there's something with with museums where um, one does, right? Like, don't get me wrong, like when I went into the British Museum and I see the Rosetta Stone, yes, I have reverence for the fucking Rosetta Stone. Like, oh my god, it's the fucking Rosetta Stone. It's fucking here. And you're like, oh, I'm finally seeing it. Or when I went to the Louvre and you're like, oh, there's the goddamn Mona Lisa. Like, there's stuff like that. But I don't know if I have anything like um here. I think I hit my mic. Hold on a second. Got to all right, it's back. Sometimes I gotta hit wire as my mic goes. But yeah, I don't have anything like that where I'm like, I'm like, this is Tolkien's pipe, you know. Um, I don't know. Because I one of the things that's actually I kind of find interesting and weird about Ice and Fire is that Ice and Fire, like, it prides itself on being kind of gritty and realistic and having things kind of balanced. There's no character that's all good. There's no character that's all bad. Characters have flaws. Um, and so, I see that with human beings too. So like, I don't like, I imagine the dude that's like running the Tolkien museum, like he probably like thinks Tolkien was like the perfect man or something. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong about the guy, but not sure. Um, Fanfic cookbook with a recipe for Hota's hot hummus haggis. When? Well, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, got to come up with. I'm trying to think of all the foods that we've come up. I mean, the foods that have appeared in the fanfic are pretty gross, man. We've been down in Dorne with all those scorpions, and like we've been up in Skagos with all the fucking weird grubs and shit. We have not had we've not had great food descriptions for the fanfic, but we'll see. We'll see. That's a funny question though. Um, Super excited about for the Bard. Who would you say is the breakout star of the fanfic? Sam and Ario Gota have to be up there. Um, I think no. I mean, I agree with you that I think Sam, in my mind, we have made Sam into the most interesting character because he has the most interesting abilities and opportunities. Um, and so I agree with you that like Hota. I mean that Sam is great. Hota. I mean, you'll see what we do with Hota next chapter. Obviously I can't like. I feel like when if people like looking back at the fanfic and everybody's like, why is Hota like have so many chapters and is such a star here? I mean, I love the Hota stuff. I do, and because I love like exploring areas of the world that we haven't explored yet and stuff like that. Um, but when I think of like what we've hit home runs with, maybe Davos. has been the fucking breakout star of so far. You know, Davos and Sam. I don't know, Carmine. What's your opinion?
You know my opinion, bro. Asha and
Oh,
Davos back to back, generational run right there. Phenomenal. You guys outdid you. The way you guys ended Asha, chef's kiss. No notes. Amazing.
mm-mm-mm. I think. I mean, I think. Yeah, yeah, and I mean, the Aaron chapter is pretty good. I really like the Aaron chapter. I think Bran came out really well. I really like Bran.
Bran was a good one.
Yeah, so good ones. You know, there's some fun ones. I mean, it's funny to go back, even like I've gone back and like reread the like. Sometimes I reread them, and I'm like, you know, there's things linguistically I might have changed, but they're still fun. Like I think the prologue is so much fun. You know, with Maester John and stuff like that. There's a lot of fun in there. But yeah, hopefully people will like. I'm nervous about the Bard. We'll see if people like it. You know, but Lord of Footnotes. Which plotline feels like George testing the limits of his own theme handling? Hyped for the Bard and what surprised Carmine. I mean, I think that when George is talking about the themes of the story, he is. So I think Bran talks about the themes of the story the most. Like when he's having conversations with Mira and Jojen about the nature of prophecy and storytelling and things like that. Like they talk about the themes of the story the most. I think what the living the themes of the story, I think it's more Brienne, where you know what she's doing and um, uh, the events that happen to her tell us a lot more about the story and the meaning in that sense. Jamie too, Jamie and Brienne. So Jamie and Brienne, like there's a lot of theme in Jamie and Brienne, but it's subtle. Well, the Bran story, they're just fucking telling you. They're just telling you the fucking themes of the story. Like, you know, remember Nan, Bran. As long as you remember her, she's alive. You know, okay. Yeah, okay. All right. I got it. Nothing beats a great story. Okay. It keeps everything alive. It keeps back death. Okay. So I think that's where you're going to find the most themes of the book are in that. But not that they don't appear other places, but you know, if we're really talking about like what Ice and Fire is about, it's about what Jamie and Brienne are doing. Because if you really think about like Jamie's story, like trying to fill the white page with his story, like he's racing against death essentially, right? So like even when he dies, Jamie gets eternal life, like in the white book. Oh, like it's as if it's the white tree, as if it's the werewood, you know, like the you know, eternal life. Nothing beats a great story. That's the thing that fights the others. Um, but oh, Preston showing the chapter. Yeah, you'll see. You'll see in a few days about the Hotah chapter. The Hotah chapter. Conclave means key with the Catholic Church. That's interesting. Everyone is locked in a room together, not allowed until a decision is reached. I guess maybe that's it. And like, if they're gonna lock themselves in a room together to make a decision on something, I mean, it kind of makes sense. Like the conclave coming together to choose the Grand Maester. Well, what would they be choosing to do again with Danny? Recommendation of VN called Of the Devil, exceedingly clever narrative, and requires you to couch several plot predictions at times or you die. First episode is free. No replayability, so no addiction. Huh, interesting. Of the Devil. Immerse yourself in a neon smoke, high stakes legal gamble as a defense attorney. Huh. Interesting. Carmine, you gonna play this?
What happened?
Oh, I just recommended this video game called Of the Devil on Steam.
A visual novel of the devil?
Yeah.
What's this?
Huh. Some people are just like, this is incredible. All right, I'm going to try to watch this Of the Devil. Oh, it's on YouTube, 3 hours. Okay. All right. Of the Devil. I will check it out. R.I.P. Bob Weir. How will it affect George? I think so. When Chris Christopherson died, I knew that George would write something on Chris Christopherson, because Chris Christopherson was George's all-time favorite musician, and he did. Bob Weir, like, George does like the Grateful Dead, like not as much as Chris Christopherson, but he does, enough that there's Grateful Dead references in Ice and Fire. So I think there's a very good chance that he is going to do not a blog on Bob Weir passing. But he's in Berlin right now, right? Right, Carmine? You said you sent me the picture of him with
the Shay actress, yeah,
with
Sybil something.
Sybil Kikili.
Mm-hmm. He's there right now with her.
Yeah. He loves him some Sybil Kikili.
I posted that on Twitter, and this is how you know, like, we're getting older. A lot of people don't know the lore behind George and the Shay actress casting announcement, because remember when he put it on his blog post, he put the horny thing there. People don't know he did that. Like, that's completely new. They thought I was referencing her being a sex worker. No. It's George being super, like, in love with this woman, and going on that date with her to Buffalo Wild Wings.
But it's also one of these things that, like, it's funny as even though George does talk about politics and everything, he does, but George is super, super progressive and super, super, super accepting. And so, like, you got to remember that, like, so Sybil Kikili, she was an adult film actress, and she got cast as Shay. And George, he, like, of all the people that he gets along with from Game of Thrones, she is probably number one. Like, he like loves hanging out with her, and he just, he does not care that that she was an adult film actress or anything like that. Does not hold it against her. You forget, like, George is very, very accepting and progressive, and also you forget that he's also, like, edgy and says crazy stuff, and is like, oh, Sybil, horny, like, that's just George. He just does that. So
you've seen that video of them going on that little date to, like, restaurants and whatnot. He is like every young man, like, head over heels over a pretty girl, and he's, like, showing her his collection and stuff at his house. It's very cute.
It is. Yeah. So he thinks she's fat. I mean, she does have a fascinating life if you go into her life and everything, but it's he just, he likes hanging out with her. It's like his best friend from the original series. Can't think of anybody else that he hangs out with that much. If Win successfully lands thematically, or if fanfic ends and lands, what characters do you expect readers to completely reinterpret on a second read the way Jamie was after his 5 chapters? Mel? I mean, realistically, okay, let's say The Winds of Winter really came out, which I don't think it is, but yes, I think that the character that you would be learning the most new information about in The Winds of Winter would be Mel, because we would be getting Jon is dead at least temporarily, and the wall perspective is going to be from Mel's point of view. And so you're going to be learning more about Mel's backstory, and which is going to make you reinterpret Mel in the same sense that, like, you're right. Like when Jamie comes in and in A Storm of Swords, you learn a lot about his backstory and you reinterpret him. Cersei, when she comes in, we got a whole new backstory on her, and we learned a lot about her. And so the thing is, most of the characters we know most of their backstory. I mean, there's a few holes in Daenerys' backstory, but for the most part, we know who she is. But Mel is the one that would surprise us. Especially if we're going with like no new points of view. It's got to be, the surprises have to be in a character where we haven't gotten that much backstory on them. So I guess it's like Aeron. I mean, we find out about his molestation in The Winds of Winter. And Mel. Like who else? I mean, we don't know that much about Davos, but I don't think there's anything interesting there. But I think you're completely right there. That would probably be Mel. I awakened to a Preston crash out last week. Totally valid, but F-bombs. I guess. You know, Scandinavia's social democracy is literally called communism in Poland. This is one of the sad things, especially when I like spending time in Colombia. Like anyone that's left wing is suddenly a communist socialist, and anyone that's right wing is a fascist. They're very binary, just like a fucking America is getting, you know, like Preston could be a little more extreme. Expanse has more POVs from book 2. Yeah. Like once you get to book 2, I understand that more POVs added, but I think the structure of book 1 is very fascinating, doing the alternating point of view. But I mean, there's other books that do that. I mean, Breakfast of Champions by Vonnegut has 2 points of view where you go back and forth, and stuff like that. I mean, they're obviously not the first ones to do that. I think it's a different dynamic than having multiple points of view. To have just 2. Point of Mance Jon fight. Jon kicks Mance's ass to show how. Oh, Jon kicks Mance's ass to show how Saiyan he is in a rematch. Fuel for Pink Letter. Mance equals Arthur Dayne. I don't know if there's if I were to really think about the point of the Mance Jon fight, I think it's just merely like I don't think it's necessarily like bringing up a rematch, but what I think it's doing is, one, it's like hinting that there's something special and mysterious about Rattleshirt in that sense. But also it's just like, in Star Trek episodes where a villain arrives and then it beats up Worf, and therefore it's proven itself to be a badass by beating up Worf. I think it's the same situation. Like, you're just like, oh, George wanted to make Mance seem more like a badass, so he just kicks Jon's ass. We know Jon's badass. Therefore, anybody that kicks Jon's ass is a badass. And I think that's essentially the beginning and the end of that situation. You're just like, oh, there's something more and mysterious about Rattleshirt here. What is it? And this character's a badass. They beat up Jon. Like, do they really? Is he really thinking about rematches and things like that? Arthur Dane? No, I think he's just pulling the whole like, villain beams to the bridge, beats up Worf. Oh, they must be strong. I think that's the kind of the all there is to it. I saw Bob Weir like 2 years ago at a local festival. Fucking 90-year-old man, bad health, rocked out for an hour. Took a short break, came back, rocked out for another 30 to 45 minutes. I will say, old men in their craft, you can always keep doing it. Maybe not with George and writing, but but I was thinking about like my grandfather in his last days. Fucking he didn't know who anybody was. He shitting his pants, but that motherfucker could play bridge, and he would go to bridge tournaments and just fucking rock, destroy everybody, even though he barely knew where he fucking was. And that's just the way it is, like, with men in their craft, So like Bob Weir, like coming in there and just be like, dude, I've played the guitar every fucking day of my life for literally 82 years. You can do whatever he wants, like. Well, there's another one. Never reuse a POV. See how it goes. That would be funny. An entire book of just never reusing the POV.
When he said that, that's when we were going over the three POVs. Mm-hmm. We had to change it to 2. We had to change it from 2 to 3. You couldn't do it like that.
3 never reusing is pretty fun though. But I kind of like the way. I really like the way Weapons was structured as a movie. I almost wish he went a little harder into that narrative. Like, so in the movie Weapons, you start with one point of view and you go for a while, and then you rewind a little bit in the story from another point of view, and then you go a little bit further, and then you rewind a little bit and you go for a new point of view, and they do that the whole movie for the most part. But he breaks with it somewhat. He breaks with it where he goes back to other point of views. So you do return to people's different point of views. But I think it would have been neat had he stuck hard to no, we're going to keep doing new points of view the whole time, Still a fucking great movie. From what the whitest kid guy. Did you know that? Carmine?
Mm-hmm.
The whitest kids you know?
What about him?
The comedy troupe, like one of the guys from the comedy troupe is the director of Weapons.
Oh. Yeah. I did not know that. Oh, shit. Uh-huh. I also forgot you watched Weapons last year. Did you also watch, did you get a chance to watch another battle? One battle after
not
another?
Not yet. It's in my... it's in my queue. It's on. I understand it's out on HBO right now. So
that's up your alley. If there's ever a movie that was up your alley, it was that one. I guarantee. Yeah. If you don't give that a 10 out of 10, there's a problem.
Yeah, I read a George post, A Clash of Kings time, saying that Manderleys were northern and became more culturally southern through trade rather than being from the south. Oh, really? It's possible. And then they moved it. He changed it as them being a moved house. it's certainly possible that I vaguely remember him like going into like a so speak Martin about the Manderleys and just being like, back in the day he would just go off and like tell stories. But let's see what we got here. Oh yeah, here it is. Yep. This is it. Bow, 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 bow. Brave companions. I'm interested in some of the knighted lords. Sir Helman Tarlhart, for example, in the north seems to go by Sir rather than Lord. Although this is probably just personal preference. Lord Locke has a knighted son. Same for Lord Manderley. Yes, there are more knights in this in the south north, so to speak, than in the north north. And the Manderleys in particular have bought into the Seven, chivalry, etc. Bought into as if they converted for like that. The White Harbor is a major port of the north, so they've been the most exposed to southern influence and have more mixed population. Yeah. So you're right. Yeah, George has changed. Definitely, the implication there is that the Manderleys bought into the faith of the Seven. They were followers. They were Northerners who like converted, and he's saying it's due to their port. Yeah, no, you're absolutely right. George changed it because, which is funny because the Mander is definitely a named river by then. Let me see. That was 1999. Fairly late. That's like Storm of Swords time. He definitely has named the fucking Mander. Hasn't he? As a river? Mander, Manderley. Oh, he doesn't. He actually never uses Mander River in a Game of Thrones. And then Mander River, not mentioned. There it is. The Mander is mentioned at the beginning of A Clash of Kings. Let's think of map. Game of Thrones. Does he name the Mander? So definitely the Mander is named on the map that accompanies a Game of Thrones, which is kind of put together near the end of that book. But still, I wonder if he just was... That's very funny, because I wonder if just later he's just like, fuck, I created two words, Mander and Manderley, and they're really fucking close. Fuck it, the Manderleys are from the Mander. Like, I bet it's something like that he took two words and they had these two words and they were similar, and he's just like, fuck. I'm gonna somehow like fix this plot hole of having two very similarly named things. And that, I bet it's just fucking that. Just like, I bet it's just that. Conversely, who would be the worst, most unhelpful point of views in terms of understanding the story if the entire story were limited to them only? Oh my God. Now we're going to... Okay, Carmine.
Oh, shit. Okay.
Redo this. redo this with the worst points of view for having. We've got to choose 3 points of view that just give us the most confusing story ever. Okay, obviously, Sansa for Game of Thrones. The characters that have no fucking clue what's going on, it's going to be Sansa, Arya, and I guess Jon. Like Jon is like I would say that's a distant third, but a point of view where you're just like you get very maybe Bran.
No, Bran still has his point of view up there in the north with Robb, and Robb pretty much lets him know like what's going down.
Not to mention you get the three-eyed crow kind of stuff. Like imagine like all this stuff is happening in the background. There's no point of view on it. So Jon, it has to be Jon, but that's a fucking distant third when you think about it.
Are we allowed to switch out Jon with like Will? Even though he's
it's a distant third, but it's true that like Jon with his world events doesn't learn that much. But okay, so that's a distant third. So book 2, we can't reuse. So I can't just do a Sansa Arya every fucking book. So second book.
Crescent, you're gonna have to use Prologue, guys.
No. Even though I put Jon, I think Jon would be one of the that would tell you very little about the rest of the world.
LRD.
How about just Dany? Do we just get the Dany Karth story? Like, and nothing else. You're like out of nowhere, we get the story of this woman with the dragons in Karth.
Yeah, okay.
And then who else is in?
Everyone else is pretty much clued in if we can't reuse. Like Tyrion is clued in on what's going on because he's in King's Landing.
He's so fucking clued in.
You know, Davos pretty much knows what's going on, even though he only has 3 chapters. Like everyone's just kind of like really on the money there. I'm telling you, Preston.
Davos is a Bran. I mean, Bran spends most of the Clash of Kings just like getting prophecies and worrying about. It's bad. Too much information. All right. Okay. For Storm, definitely fucking Davos. Because he sees nothing. It's just Edric Dane. It's Edric Storm, it's Edric Storm story.
That's true.
We just find him on a fucking rock and we're like, who is this motherfucker? Oh, there was a Battle of the Blackwater. Really? Because none of these characters tells me about a Battle of the Blackwater. Jon, Dany, and Bran. You're like, there's a Blackwater battle? Yes. All right. So Davos. Who's telling me anything? Oh God. No, I can't reuse.
Jaime? It's gonna have to be. I feel like Jaime knows more about what's going on in Feast than he does in Storm.
Jaime. And then, oh my God, Davos. I already used Jon last time. Otherwise, I'd use Jon.
Bro, Jon doesn't know dick. Wow, it really is.
Davos, Jaime, Arya, because she's just wandering the Riverlands. No, I already used Arya in the first fucking one in a Game of Thrones. God damn it! I'm left with nobody.
What about? I was gonna say Theon, but he's not in there.
Tyrion's. Well, I mean, he knows his own. He's there for the wedding. He hears about everything. Fuck, I can't use Tyrion. God damn it. This is hard. This is a much harder practice of like try to make the story completely unknowable. Davos, Jaime. There's just no one left because I can't do Dany and I can't do Bran. I can't do Jon. I can't do Sansa. I can't do Arya. I think Kat is the only one that's left. Or I can use Sam. But then I'm finding out about the others. And God damn it. God damn it. I guess you have to use Sam. Because there's just no one. There's no one left. I've used all the characters. Wait, have I used Jon twice? I can't use Jon twice. Did I change this to J? No, I used... God damn it. I can't use Jon again.
Are we on to Feast now? Or are you still on Storm?
Guess, do we have to do Theon? I mean, if we're doing Bran, we might as well just double up. We only find out about the Northern story. And then... Okay, and then Feast. Feast is easy. Feast is the fucking easiest one.
Cersei, she doesn't know what's going on. She thinks she does.
Well, she hears about shit, but I'm saying like Aerys Oakheart.
Yes, yeah, of course. Aerys Hogarth. Ariane Martell, there's literally a chapter of her just stuck in her room.
Like you just like you stack it up where you just find out about Dorne and like nothing else that's going on in the whole story. So you
pretty much, yeah.
So you just say, okay, this would be the most confusing. You just make that. Or the Iron Isles. I mean, alternatively, the Iron Isles. And then for dance, it gets easier when you get on as there's more POVs. But then I can go Jon Con, Quentin, and Vic. There we go.
That sounds about right.
There.
This looks about right.
Those were easy. This is like this is hard because there's not that many point of views and you can't reuse them. And you're like, oh fuck. For the most confusing story ever. That's hilarious. Any points of view that are coherent, that alone are coherent? Having, for the most part, during most of my rereads, I went POV by themselves. And yeah, it doesn't work so much in a Game of Thrones, but Ned is pretty coherent by himself. Tyrion is completely incoherent, and so is Kat. You cannot read those points of view, and they make no sense without the other points of view. Same with Sansa and Arya. Jon is fairly coherent. Like, Jon is fairly coherent. Ned, and then I'm trying to think of like other ones later on, like Tyrion actually ends up being pretty coherent chapters, like one after the other, where you just read Tyrion all the way through. Same with Cersei. Dany, obviously, once the characters split up, they become more coherent. It's when their plots cross that they stop. So it's funny because I think Jaime doesn't make very much sense by himself in A Feast for Crows, but he's about it. Like, Cersei doesn't need Jaime, but Jaime needs Cersei. Because Cersei kind of works alone by herself. Brienne works alone. Sansa obviously works alone. Arya works alone. Everybody most of the points of views are completely coherent stories by themselves. with the exception of a few. I mean, John kind of obviously no, but like Dorn obviously no, but like, John is pretty coherent by himself. Maybe that's why people like John so much too, is that you can just read John by himself, you know. But mm, 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 mm. Do you see Jeremy Powell's post 30 minutes ago? Oh no. Well, I know that like they're being investigated, right? Um, in order because he's not doing exactly what Trump wanted. Statement. Deep respect for the rule of law. This is about whether the Fed will be able to continue to set interest rates based on evidence and economic conditions. Yeah, I mean, this is a pretty big deal. So what we did find is presidents. So for the most part, the Federal Reserve is independent of and acts without pressure from the president. The one exception to this was Nixon did pressure the Federal Reserve to act during his to try to get him reelected, and the guy did cave, and there's evidence of this, and how it actually hurt the economy, and it's sad that Trump wants to do the same thing because it's detrimental to the country and the economy and ethics and all. But yeah, it's I hope he doesn't do anything like resign. Is he? Um, I'm trying to think if that's it. Statement. Yeah. Yeah, but it's pretty darn important that there be independence from the Federal Reserve. So this is just another fucking scandal. It's like create as many scandals as Trump's trying to create as many scandals as he can in order to distract from the Epstein files. But it's like all these things at once, right? All these fucking things at once just exhaust us all so that we're not talking about the fact that he's a fucking pedophile. I mean, sorry, a PDF file. But yeah, yeah. Mm-mm-mm. Um, we only need shit mouth as a point of view. That's true. Uh. Your best videos, Ned Nashara. Oh, so thank you, thank you. Your deep analytical videos are still the best. True Game of Thrones scholar. How long until they redo the Game of Thrones series? Uh that's very interesting idea. People bring this up every once in a while. Carmine, do you think that they're going to redo A Song of Ice and Fire anytime soon?
I mean, it's going to Netflix, so why
What do you
not?
mean?
I guess. And I just want to remind the audience of how horrific this could be, considering that Netflix, when the Tolkien estate was looking to make another show or
Yeah.
movie, Netflix had the highest bid, but their idea was so dog shit that it scared the Tolkien estate to go to Amazon, and now we have the
Right.
monstrosity that is Rings of Power. And for those of you wondering what Netflix's idea was, they wanted to do like standalone spin-off shows where they would eventually come together like the Defenders from Marvel. You know, they went to like a standalone Aragorn story, like a Gandalf movie,
Mm-hmm.
mini series with Legolas, and this was just dumb. So, and they had the most money to offer the Tolkien estate, and they said no. So, that sucks.
I mean, the big difference between, obviously, A Song of Ice and Fire and the Tolkien estate is that you with Lord of the Rings you have a complete story. Yes, he never really finished the Silmarillion, but you had like Christopher Tolkien putting things together and things like that. Maybe it's closer. Maybe A Song of Ice and Fire is more like Dune, but because Dune is an unfinished series that keeps getting remade. But it's also a little different in that Dune, it works as a standalone story, while, you know, a Game of Thrones does not. A Clash of Kings does not. You know, and they're redoing Harry Potter, and everybody's like, "Oh my god, I can't believe they're doing redoing Harry Potter so soon." But it's at least a complete story. It's also like a little lower investment. The weird thing about A Song of Ice and Fire, it was an enormous investment, and they put in so many fucking episodes. You know, it's a lot different than just redoing a movie. You know, when people are like, "Oh my gosh, I can't believe Andrew Garfield is coming in and being Spider-Man already," like Tobey Maguire was only 5 years ago. Well, it's just one movie. You know, it's just like that's only 2 hours. Well, like a season of entertainment, like 10 episodes, even 8 episodes. That's a big fucking commitment and a lot of money. And they already did that. They already did that for 8 seasons. Would they want to do that again? It's one thing to redo a movie, and it's one thing to redo a movie as a series, but to redo a series as another series, I don't. Has that ever been done? To redo a series as another series? Can you think of
Realistically
anything?
speaking, I'm sure I'm sure I can. It's just escaping right now. Like realistically speaking, if Netflix does acquire Game of Thrones, they'll most likely just do all those god awful spin-off ideas.
Yeah.
Do we need a Yee show? No. Do we need a Corlys Velaryon spin-off show? No. The guy barely had any lines in season 2. Really? We're banking on this character having a spin-off when all he did in season 2 was stay at the docks? Let's get him off the docks first. Let's just get that out of the way first.
So I have some theories on, and I want to relate this to the AI bubble, and bubbles in general, because I'm bringing this in. I'm bringing this together. I've been thinking about this. People are like, "Why hasn't the AI bubble crashed? Like, what the fuck is going on?" And this will come back. And I'm like, well, you got to remember there's always a bubble going on, right? There's always a bubble that people want to invest in. In fact, there's an Onion article that I remember because the headline was so good. It was like Americans demand new bubble to invest. Here we go. This sometimes an Onion headline is so good I remember it for decades. But this was the headline: recession-plagued nation demands new bubble to invest in. Because, and this was 2008, right? Like, so there's, you know, and it's talking about how America just has this history of investing in one bubble and into another. Like, why is this done? And I know why it's done, actually. Like, why is there always a bubble to invest in? Why are people willing to invest in a bubble? And the answer is because there's nothing else to do with their money. Like, you've got you've got this whole class of people that has excess wealth, and then you have this whole class of people that has no wealth at all, right? And you're not going to put your money under the fucking mattress. You're going to invest it in the stock market. That's what you do with money. You invest it. So you've got to invest it in something, right? And people don't really have very good ideas. So they just invest in the same fucking companies. Because what else are you going to invest in? It takes a lot of time to like research like new interesting ideas. And you know, plus it's like I'd have to come up with a lot of small ideas to deal with all of my money. It's a lot easier to just invest all your shit into one big thing. Be like, you know what? I'm going to dump all of my money into Amazon. I'm going to dump everything into NVIDIA. Like it just like, what else am I going to do with my money? Like government bonds, that's slow yield, right? Now take that analogy. Like why people are investing in AI? Because there's nothing fucking else to invest in, and you have to invest in something. Because you're not going to put your money under the fucking bed, right? So under the mattress. So now take that same analogy to entertainment. Why do they remake shit? Like why is this being done? Why is this being produced? Why is there a Harry Potter fucking series? And it's like, well, they got to make some shit. They've got to produce something. They've got to make something. And you know, they don't want to risk money on like new ideas. So it's got to be existing IP. So there's only a limited number of that. So it's like, yeah, why is Ice and Fire continuing on? Because what else are they got to fucking invest in? But the question of like going back and redoing the main series, I don't know. I don't know if I could see that happening for 40 years or something. 30, yeah, it's got to be, all the shows have to end and then they have to like restart and reboot, right?
Kind of happened with Twilight Zone, though. They redo Twilight Zone every now and then.
Yeah, but that's easy.
Oh, what are people saying here? Battlestar Galactica. Apparently, Ryan Coogler is redoing X-Files, which, okay.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
Battlestar, yeah, no, you're right about Battlestar Galactica. It was the same guy too, Glenn Larson. Yeah. Okay. All right. Battlestar, that's a good point about Battlestar Galactica. Maybe. But it's an unfinished series. What would happen? I mean, it's one thing if George like actually finished the series and it was significantly different, then I'd be like, okay, maybe they'd want to go back and do it like proper. But he's never going to finish. So when's the new Dune movie coming out?
I think this year.
It's interesting to think that you know, Dune Messiah is actually fucking making it to screen.
The end of this year.
Yeah. And I would love to see. I mean, Dune Messiah has been adapted once, and that's the sci-fi series, and so is Children of Dune. I would love to see if it make it to God Emperor of Dune. I'd love the series to make it to that far, but we'll see. It'll be a while. You have to get that's God Emperor would be like Dune part 5 at least. Okay. Do you think there's evidence or chance that George has drawn on Napoleon Bonaparte as inspiration for a character arc? I may see Tyrion, short political man, banished from power to remote land. I mean, maybe he draws from that, but there's already the exile lords that were part of the War of the Roses, which you kind of already have, you know. Let's see, like King Henry VI was exiled. right? And then comes back. Henry Tudor, like he already has his Edward the Fourth, like Richard. Oh, the big one, Richard Duke of York, right? Like they all get exiled and then come back. The gathering foreign support. The kind of different. The thing about Napoleon Bonaparte is that like his exile and return is such a whimper. It's such a like a little. It's such a disappointing whimper. Like he's exiled and then like the return for Waterloo is just this like, oh my god, he's back, and then he loses like immediately, and it's like very anticlimactic. Um, as opposed to like some of the people from the War of the Roses that actually gather foreign forces and then are successful. So, I mean, other than the fact that like Napoleon's short and Tyrion's short, I don't see it kind of working for Tyrion, like the Napoleon aspect, because the Napoleon didn't like gather foreign forces. He was just like in his prison, and then he comes back, and they're like, "Holy shit, it's Napoleon!" And then they put him in charge of an army, and then he fucking loses at Waterloo. So it's not it's not quite the same as like what Dany and Tyrion are doing, like going and finding a bunch of foreign forces and becoming super strong, and then having a big rumble. Um, you know, it's not like Waterloo's so disappointing. Bran just needs a glamour to be hot or a knight. Would she wear it though? It's not a Brienne's personality to wear a glamour and use dark magic. She'd be like, this isn't right. Um mm, mm, mm. Little discussion of I was just reading through this discussion of sex work. Um mm, mm, mm. If John was resurrected, do you think that the Queen's men at the wall would become devoted to him in a religious way? I mean, that was my guess on what would happen, right? That like prior to Game of Thrones coming out, right? Like John gets raised from the dead. There's all these religious fanatics that would follow him, and they would see him as this like um, big powerful leader for like Jesus. He comes back from the dead like Jesus, um, and then it's a conflict with he and Danny. Especially if he's like later discovered to be the child of Rhaegar, he has all this support, and then that puts a wedge between them. And in the show, we got some hints that it was supposed to be a wedge issue, like these things. But then in the show, like they just did nothing. Like John was resurrected for no reason. Like no one cared that John was resurrected. It barely came up. Like it just
It was
barely came up.
it was a brief mention from Tormund, which makes me think
Right.
that maybe George had something to do with this, and they just dropped it, like they did,
Yeah.
the Dorne stuff. Like at one point, Tormund goes, "They think you're a god, but I've
Right.
seen your cock. No god has a cock that small." Like he made it a cock joke.
Yes. And then it never comes back. So it's really kind of funny. But yeah, I think there's supposed to be a Jesus element in there, that he is supposed to be waging some religious war. But
That would be kind of funny, by the way, for Jon to come back and then the Queen's men all kind of worship him now in a sense.
yeah.
And it's Selyse just freaking out because she's losing all power and authority of the Wall now.
Mhm.
But at the same time, the Wall is just filled with so many craziness happening. Like, how are you going to fit this in? Like,
Right. I mean, I suppose I think it was maybe he's supposed to lead. That's the thing that unites all of these different people, whether it be wildlings or queensmen or black brothers, or that they're all are northerners. They all saw this guy come back from the dead, and so he gets united.
not to gas you up too much, but I do think that Mel kind of coming into her own as a leader of like trying to group these people together. I do think that is somewhat of a natural conclusion that you could come to. I don't know what else George would do, because Mel, I mean, she has a lot of authority with some of the factions, and her going out of her way, like what you guys did in the fanfic, her going out of her way to try to get everyone in together. I mean, I guess that kind of it makes sense. Who else is going to do it, right?
Yeah, it's true. I mean, the easy way to do it, just have somebody come back from the dead, have a supernatural element. I mean, in a sense, the supernatural element is what makes everyone follow Danny, right? Like, everybody's like, no, you suck, and then all of a sudden, like, nope, you rule. So you're just doing it with Jon too, simultaneously. But in Ivanhoe, there's a brotherhood without banners that live in a hollow hill. They end up aligning with King Richard, who is a king in hiding, parallels to young Griff. I mean, yes, Robin Hood is a character in Ivanhoe. I'm trying to remember if they literally call it the Hollow Hill. And yeah, I've definitely thought about this idea of yes, that their real king is in exile, and so I did do this series Riverlands of the Dragon, where my conclusion was that the Brotherhood without banners were really secret Aegon supporters. Now, going back and saying does that really make sense? The thing is George didn't really. I mean, I guess he was thinking about Aegon that early, coming in. The only thing that makes me second guess my Riverlands of the Dragon thesis that they're all secretly going to be Aegon supporters is that thematically they are kind of representing what happens to morality once you lose just someone to follow. There's I mean, coming into and we can look at this state of morality today, right? There are some people that have no morality. They just follow whatever one person does. Whatever Trump does, these talking heads go on TV and try to justify it. Fox News just tries to justify it. So they have no morality of their own. They're setting their moral code to whatever Trump does. And that's what people do with kings. I mean, that's what a Kingsguard is, right? The Kingsguard guy is going around and he's like, I'm being loyal to the king. And whatever the king does is good. So you have no morality of yourself. You're just latching yourself onto a king, right? And there's a big criticism of this. I mean, this is Lord of the Rings. Someone being like, my king. Why is being loyal to your king a morally good? You have to have morality of your own. Where are you really getting your moral code? And so there's an interesting idea of the Brotherhood without banners in that they've lost their king. So what is right? If it's no longer the king's justice, what is justice without the king? Right? The king is the one defining justice. So they're going out and delivering the king's justice, but now the king is gone. So what is justice? What is morality? And that's a really interesting subject. It's a fascinating fucking subject. And it's what Jamie is struggling with. What is vows? What does honor and vows mean? He went and killed his king. So where is Jamie getting his morality from, and what is morality? Because you have to just kind of figure it out and determine it for yourself. Existentialism comes in here. If the Brotherhood without banners is just, well, we got rid of our king, and now we're going to get our king again. Well, they've had no growth, and so even though, yes, it totally makes sense in a parallel to Robin Hood, which the Brotherhood without banners is, of course, a fucking parallel to Robin Hood. But I put this forward in the thesis of Riverlands of the Dragon, but at the same time, like, it's completely uninteresting for them as an organization on a moral journey to be like, we have no morality, we lose our king, we're rudderless, we go nihilist with like Lady Stoneheart, and then we just find a fucking king again. Like, that's not very interesting. You're not making any real moral growth. And so, yeah, I think there's a lot of things that point to the fact that they could just be like young Griff supporters. But at the same time, like, doesn't that also thematically fuck up like what the Brotherhood without banners like represents on like moral journeys? But so we'll see. I mean, maybe I'm just imagining all the fucking morality shit. I don't know. But I was thinking, what character would make you the most fucking furious if it was a new point of view and wins? As Ares situation, like, there's just a nothing on this point of view. I'm trying to think, like, you'd have to, like a bad point of view would be a point of view that is just an uninteresting, boring character. That has nothing that doesn't have a very like interesting perspective on the world. I mean, in a sense, like Kevin, even though the Kevin chapter turned out to be great as an epilogue because it was a one shot, Kevin as a point of view would wear thin quite quickly, because you'd be like, he doesn't really have much personality, does he? He's pretty normal. So you just kind of like, it'd be done. Like, you'd be like, oh God, why do we have this point of view? So I think, like, I'm glad Kevin is a one shot, because Kevin would have been like, if you had 5 Kevin chapters, you'd be like, what a wet blanket. He'd be like Ariel Hota. Where he's just watching, right? So I think like a bad point of view is something like that, where it's just somebody watching who's not very interesting. Like, like Jocelyn Bywater or something. And you're just like, what? Why is this guy a point of view? And is he gonna add anything at all? He's just like, this is why, like, some people are like, oh, Willis would be a great point of view. I'd be like, maybe. Depends how like fucked up Willis is. You've got to have like a fucked up character, right, to make an interesting point of view. Most of the characters have like serious mental problems and are kind of fucked up. So I think something like that where like all of a sudden Hallis Mullen being a fucking point of view, you'd be like, why? Who fucking cares about Hallis Mullen's like personality? His personality is going to be boring, like that would be the worthless point of view, is a boring character, because we've got such interesting points of view, interesting, crazy people. So I think that's kind of the situation. Like, that would be the worst, is you just get a boring regular Joe Knight or something. That's not that, what should we expect when the word count on Notablog exceeds expected The Winds of Winter size party hats. Is not a blog's. I would have thought it was already exceeded, but maybe I'm wrong. I would love to know the word count for all of Not a Blog. Here it is. There's a number of Not a Blog posts. But how many words? Has someone counted them? I would have thought it would have been already more, but maybe I'm maybe I'm mistaken. Bam, 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 bam. What will be the strangest application of George's something said in text will later be disproven rule in the future? Oh, like somebody's prediction of the future and then it being subverted because they've already come up with a plan? Or just something taken as truth that later we find out is a complete lie. I think like so there's a lot of things. It's funny with like the fanfic and like what George has the ability to just like create crazy shocking like twists because it's his story. But you know, in the fanfic you feel like, if you go a little too far, people are going to be like, what the fuck's going on? Right? So for example, in a different fanfic, The North Remembers, Tyrion and Dany get married at the end. Okay. And some people are like, oh God, that's like so far from like what's realistic and that it just doesn't fit, you know? But if George could get away with that, but like another writer couldn't. So I think a few of them would be like finding out that like Kat was having an affair like the entire time or something and had like a secret lover. Even though in the text, like nothing's been said about that, would be like a crazy kind of thing that like is completely up George's alley to have that kind of like complete twist, but only he could get away with it. Like if that was in the fanfic that like Kat was having an affair with someone this entire time, you know, and then she just never mentioned it in her point of view, but then it came, you know, that would be something that would be pretty crazy. I'm trying to think of some others that would be like, like it turns out that, you know, you get some like sick stuff. Like Tyrion was actually like watching Jaime and Cersei all the time, or, you know, if, you know, Sansa was actually being abused when she was young by Ned. You know, like these twists that are like not in the fucking text at all, but like suddenly, you know, that he was a good father and then suddenly he wasn't, you know, or something like that. I'm not sure if that's example. Oh, this is as an example, Harry Swift is useless moron. And he's secretly a Napoleonic genius. Oh, I see. You're acting something different. I was talking about like crazy twists that would just be like out of left field. Harry Swift being a genius, I think, because at the same, I mean, a few of those things do happen. Like people being like, oh, Kevin doesn't think for himself. He's just like a tool of Tywin. And then you get the Kevin point of view and you're like, no, he's actually fucking smart. Um, I think you could easily do it with a lot of Stannis' backstory, because people are always saying shit about Stannis, and Stannis is kind of a loose cannon. I think people say a lot of stuff. Everybody says Doran's smart, and that he doesn't act smart. I think fans would be expecting him to be dumb. But I'm trying to think of something where like everybody says it, but it's actually like a surprise if it actually occurred. Like Balon Greyjoy was tough. We like find out later he was actually like would cry all the time or something, like in secret. We don't get that much.
I have one for you that makes me
Okay.
laugh just thinking about it. Like
What's
Roose
that?
Bolton, if you get like a Roose Bolton point of view, and he just doesn't
Oh,
have it together, because Roose Bolton seems like a guy that has it all together, like he can figure it all
that would be
out.
really funny. That you find out
And
later that Roose Bolton
he's
is
just been winging
actually
it.
like a mess and is like completely insecure and is
He
like
really hates the
crying about his
leeches
dead
thing.
son constantly and like misses his wife and like is like always talking about his fucking dead wife.
He's upset
Like
about being
just,
called the Leech Lord because he only did it like that one time, but all of a sudden it just stuck. He's just really annoyed by that. Like, guys, just one
he's
time.
like
It's like a one-time thing.
somebody he's like he was just trying it once. It was recommended to him and after the one time he was done with it. Like I don't know, like Barristan is actually like a really bad fighter. But the problem is if you've seen him fight some, but like Arthur Dane was just like actually shit. Like there seems to be more to the fight. Mance is doing his great sword air cuts. Kind of ambiguous ending. It's just a badass Mance. Why ambiguous? Huh. I have to reread this. I just remember John getting put in his ass or whatever. Um, but haircuts. Let me see. Does the fight happen in the John chapter or the Mel chapter? Oh, there it is. Slashing at the air. There's a sweet sound, slashing at the air. Flop closer, snow. I mean to make your feathers fly. Huh. John rushed at him hard. Is it an ambiguous ending? He took a step backwards and met the charge with a two-handed slash. Wildling wielded it with blinding speed. Trying to think of anything. I don't know. Somehow he wasn't. Would have been a different fight if John. Oh, I see. It would have been a different fight if John was armed with Longclaw. That's what he's thinking. But his next chance. Is the idea is that if John had Longclaw, it'd be different? No. I think this is like John being confident because then they cut off the butt, and then he says his chance came. If I had me dagger. Oh, I see. The wildling drove a knee between John's legs. John lashed out with the mail. Somehow Randall's shirt ended up on top. Jon's head in his hands. He smashed it against the ground. The rest of the visor open. Oh my god. It just occurred to me. This is he fucking hedge knights it. Holy shit. Ugh, I can't believe George reused the hedge knight in the fight. You see what I'm talking about here, Carmine?
What do you mean?
Jon threw himself forward, bullying into the other man. They went down together, legs entangled. Steel slammed on steel. Both men lost their swords, and they rolled on the hard ground. The wildling drove his knee into Jon's legs. Jon lashed out. Somehow Rattlestroke ended up on top. With Jon's head in his hands, he smashed it against the ground, then wrenched the visor open.
It's Duncan Arian, yeah.
Yeah. If I had me dagger, you'd be less than I now, he snarled before Horus dragged him off. Let me go, bloody crow. Gets into a wrestling match and he opens the visor. And, you know, he's the dirty fighter, just like Dunk is the dirty fighter. Fucking hedge knight. Hedge knighted it right there.
How could he do this to us?
I got a great House Weil is House Wool theory, $20. Only basis is saying Weil with a bad Scottish accent. That's their connections. Yes. Of course. I think House Weil. What's the behind? Isn't there? The black. It's from the. There's supposed to be the Black Adder from the series, the comedy series. I'm trying to think if there's anything else about them. House Wool. House Wool. Wool. I can't do a Scottish accent. Okay. That's true. BBC remakes Dickens and Austen. It's true that they redo that. They do redo those ones over and over again. The classics, they redo. Wait, is HBO really doing True Blood again? Fuck me, really?
No shot. I didn't see that, nor do I believe it.
I mean, I see there's news stories about it being in development, but it's still in early stage. It's reboot. But the thing is, like, presumably all new cast? Oh my god. Well, I mean, we'll see if it comes out, but holy shit. At least that's another like series. I mean, the book series ended up being very different from the TV series. Don't think that'll get remade because they don't get more than 5 seasons and 40 episodes anymore. If they did, they'd cut heaps to save time. That's true. I mean, if they did redo it, I mean, I think it would be nice if, I think it'd be nice if they did an animated. Honestly, wouldn't it be great if they did an animated, like the original series, like. And then they could spend as much fucking time as they want, make it as many episodes as they want. It'd be great. I mean, I don't know if it, I mean, I'd watch it obviously, but like, I mean, maybe I don't know. Maybe the rest of the world isn't that into animation, but supposedly, I mean, Invincible's doing really well, right? Carmine, like,
It's doing okay. You haven't gone beyond season 1, have you?
no,
Oh, dude, come on. What are you doing?
no. But it was
I
just,
feel bad for you because I know you're not a big superhero guy as much as you used to be,
yeah.
but 2026 is the year of the superhero. Invincible, The Boys, Spider-Man, Doomsday. There's a couple more coming out as well. Like, so I think Spider-Man Noir. We're watching Noir.
The last hurrah, because they're like finally superhero movies are dying, and then they're just like, you know what, fuck it, all at once. Avengers Doomsday.
There's even a
Off.
Marvel show coming out in a couple of weeks. You know that, right?
Yeah, I know. It's
Wonder Man.
Wonder Man, right.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Yeah.
So Wonder Man, Spider-Man Noir on Amazon.
Wait, Spider-Man, I mean, like
With
based
Nicolas
on
Cage.
the one from
Spider-Verse? Yes, sir.
Spider-Verse?
Uh-huh. With Nicolas Cage.
Nicolas Cage is voicing him and everything?
I think he's playing I think it's live action, I'm pretty sure.
That was a great one-off joke. Like, Spider-Man Noir is a great one-off joke. But like, to have a whole series, I mean, I understand that it was an actual comic book, but like, it's funny because it's so like out there and ridiculous. So it's like to have it be part of but to do a series on it, I don't know, man.
And then Supergirl, Lanterns,
Oh my god, Spider-Man.
Clayface,
Oh my god.
X-Men 97 season 2. You didn't watch season 1 yet.
Sony, Amazon Television Theater, Spider Noir. Oh my god.
I think
Nicolas
George
Cage
references
stars
Wonder
as
Man.
Noir.
George references Wonder Man fairly often, by the way. I'm not familiar with Wonder Man.
I'm only familiar with the Wonder Man that joined the West Coast Avengers, and he wasn't. I didn't think he was very interesting, so I don't know. I'm not actually that very familiar with like Wonder Man before or after that. But the Wonder Man that was part of the West Coast Avengers was just, I don't know. I didn't think he was very interesting, so I don't know. But we were talking about like a very specific time of me like reading comic books and being like, oh right. He was not my favorite. I was reading West Coast Adventures. I was reading West Coast Avengers mainly for Hawkeye. But
Daredevil season 2 this year. Wow, a lot of shit. Damn, a lot of shit's coming out this year. Fuck. We gotta get all on this, man. We gotta get all on this. So Invincible, The Boys. Do you mind if I list it off for you? Because we're gonna watch all of this. This is important.
Oh, are we? Really? Do I have
Yo, we're
time for
fucking
this?
watching all of this.
House of the Dragon is coming out this year.
House of the what? Oh, shit, whatever, sure. Invincible, season 4. Daredevil, season 2. Supergirl, okay. Lanterns, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Spider-Man Noir. Spider-Man Brand New Day. That's also here. Avengers Doomsday. I'm sure I'm missing something else that I mentioned already, but yeah, no, we're watching this, all of this. It's all of it. You know, The Boys and yeah, I'm pretty sure I might be missing one or two, but yes, sir.
God damn it. Best Robin Hood retellings. The thing is, okay, I have not necessarily seen all of the Robin Hood retellings. Okay, I've seen the Richard Gere one. Wait, no. Wait, what? Right? Wait, or is it Kevin Costner? Kevin Costner one? Why did I think it was Richard Gere? Richard Gere was Lancelot. I'm sorry. The Kevin Costner one. I saw that one. I saw the Disney Fox one. Not like where he's a fox. I've seen Robin Hood Men in Tights. And which is an incredibly unfunny movie to me. Not a fan. By the way, when Robin Hood Men in Tights came out, it became famous because it bombed at the box office, and some teenage boy had gone with his mom to see it, and he like stood up in the theater and pulled out a gun and shot his mom in the head. And so it became famous for like at the time for this like shooting. I mean, today I don't even know if that would make the news because shootings are so common. But like when I was young, it was like a big deal. Like some boy stood up and shot his mom during Robin Hood Men in Tights. But I haven't seen. I don't know if I've seen that many to really properly gauge whether or not like what the best one of those was, because I don't think I really enjoyed any of them. I don't. I'm not sure if I like Robin Hood Prince of Thieves that much, but I don't know. You have any that you saw, Carmine, that I'm missing?
No, actually, I don't think I've seen any of the Robin Hood films ever. Like, I've seen clips, but that's about it.
Yeah. No BS, Preston. Carmine want to answer. How many Manderley slices could you chunk down in one sitting? I mean, knowing that there's human in it, probably none. But like, the thing is like, I'm a big pie. I love pie. I love meat pies. Like, meat pies are fucking great. I was like raised on pot pies and shit. Like, I fucking love them. I could probably put down at least of those 3 like huge wagon wheel pies. I could definitely like eat a couple slices. It would probably be like the thing I'd go for too, because I'm such a fan of pie. But in the most recent Bran and Cat chapters, they both say that Theon could have led the host of the North. Oh yeah, in that retcon, is that retcon? Ability aside, hostage status aside. How could an Ironborn lead them? I don't get it at all. Yeah. So yeah, what Josh is talking about when he says the most recent, he means like in my going over. Yeah, we get to the army part, and yeah, Theon. Rob is choosing to lead the army, and Kat scolds him, and is like, "Why are you leading?" And he's like, "Somebody had to." And she's like, and then she starts listing other people that could have led the host. And Theon is named, like Theon Greyjoy, even though she's like, even though I'd prefer not to, or whatever. How could he lead them? I think the idea is just that like if your lord commands it, you follow the person. Like, I guess. I mean, Theon's like 19 at the time, which is still a little young, and he's not a proven battle commander at all. And maybe it's just easy to lead hosts. Maybe I don't know anything about leading hosts, and it's just like, you just go this way, guys. I'm trying to think of advantages of Theon. The advantages of Theon is that he was brought around the North by Ned and knows all of the different lords. So in that sense, he does have more of a personal touch than others. But he's an immature dick, which goes against it. So, but I mean, there's so many. Could he Roderick Cassell? Like, was Roderick? Yeah, Roderick was with him. No. Roderick was with Kat, so he would have had to switch. It had to be in Winterfell who would have chosen. All the Northerners are kind of dickheads when they come in. I mean, I get it. I guess I only get it in the sense that the other choices are also incredibly bad. like Great John Umber is a fucking wreck. Like, what a ridiculous piece of shit that guy is. Okay. Like, how would that guy like lead an army and have the intelligence to lead an army? He wouldn't. a 15-year-old child also would not have the intelligence to lead an army. When you're looking at it, it's like, honestly, when I'm really thinking about who, if I were a 15-year-old boy and I looked at that cast of characters and I said, who would I have lead my army? Man, Manderley doesn't show up, does he? Manderley probably has the most experience like training men just because he's dealing with the largest population. But it's like, which person would impress you with the ability to lead? Let me go back here. Who shows up at Winterfell? Great John is there. This is Brand 6. All right, the Karstarks. So you look at this group and you're like, okay, do you go with Arnulf Karstark? Do you go with Great John Umber? Do you go... There's just not... Maybe it's just like the only choice. Like Theon is just like the only choice because everybody else sucks. Who does she recommend? She recommends to her. Looking for Catelyn's list. Here we go. No one. Pray. Who are those men I just saw? Roose Bolton, Rickard Karstark, Galbert and Robert Glover, the Great John, Helman Tallheart. You might have given command to one of them. Gods be good, you might have even sent Theon. I guess... Okay, I guess based on how the people acted and experience and stuff like that, I think I probably would have gone with Galbert Glover or Helman Tallheart. They often visited Winterfell. Yeah. I think I probably would have gone with like Tallheart or Galbert Glover, but just because they're not. I'm just picking the not a fucking idiot or a fucking creep kind of characters. But is Theon just not like, I guess like there's just not that many people to choose from, I guess, but But I think, as opposed to could an Ironborn lead them? It's just because I guess that's just the loyalty of like you're gonna follow who the king tells who the Lord tells you to. Opinion on the theory that A Song of Ice and Fire is Avalon. I mean, I think we made this one up as a joke, but like. So realistically, no. Like A Song of Ice and Fire can't, like, in a literal sense, it can't be Avalon because Avalon is the center of the fucking man realm and never lost its space flight and stuff like that. So, but in a metaphorical sense, is it that did George take the story of Avalon and just turn it into Ice and Fire? And this is this question because like Avalon, from what we know about the book, it seemed to have had something to do with their their educational system. So it seemed to have had something to do with the Citadel, essentially, their Citadel. And so Trey and I were joking that if you did a story about the return of the Harangan mines after all this time, and then you have to like check the records of like what was written in the records of Avalon, and that's like an important aspect of the story. Maybe you're getting at the same kind of situation with like the Citadel and the others and stuff like that. So I mean, there's obviously going to be like George reuses ideas all the fucking time. I mean, we just saw in Dance with Dragons how he fucking threw in the Hedge Knight. He took the exact same fucking situation in the Hedge Knight and like threw it in there. George reuses ideas all the time. So of course, like any ideas he had for Avalon, he's going to be fucking recycling into Ice and Fire, because that's just what he does. But you know, at this point, after all of the years and decades and evolution, things are going to change about. So, okay, I gotta get into the end, thank goodness, because I gotta go to bed, and my voice is gone. And how am I supposed to record Hota when my voice is gone all the time? Top 3 sitcoms. Community. Does that count? I'm trying to think best comedies of all time. Let me really think. Oh God, if Arrested Development didn't have such a like an abysmal last season, but no. Trying to think of some good ones that I still kind of remember. You know, British Coupling, I think, is really fucking has some really strong episodes, even though there's not very many. And I'm trying to remember. I mean, what's a sitcom though? These aren't like sitcom. You kind of think of the family sitcom. Does Seinfeld hold up? I don't know. What do you think, Carmine? What's your definition of a sitcom?
And there has to be a audience or a laugh track at least.
Yeah, you think laugh track comedy. So you don't think Community counts because it doesn't have a laugh track.
It's a comedy, but it's like a comedy. It's a comedy show, but it's not a sitcom.
Right, because a sitcom has a realistic setting, like an apartment with wacky roommates, a restaurant, a regular cast of characters. Like it has to be like an office. Does even Seinfeld count as a sitcom?
Yeah, of course. Seinfeld, I would just definitely. Seinfeld's number one. I love Seinfeld, Scrubs. I like the old 90s
Scrubs is
stuff.
Good.
Man.
Scrubs is really good, actually.
Old 90s stuff. Like, everyone kind of sleeps on Third Rock from the Sun. You remember that with John Lithgow?
Yeah, that was good. 30 Rock is also really fucking funny.
The Nanny. That's the shit I grew up on. Taught me English. Seinfeld, The Nanny, Friends. Roseanne was great before she was crazy.
Arrested Development was so fucking good. Like, the first 3 seasons. I think Brooklyn Nine-Nine is pretty funny. Like the Dairy Girls counts? Jesus. Okay. There's like I'm looking at these ones that are like the best ever, and I'm like, that was good, but like Kim's Convenience. I'm like, that's a good show, but it's not like epic. You know? Like I could say that like Seinfeld, say what you will about it, and I don't know if it holds up, but like at the time it was so fucking epic. Like everyone talked about it the next day.
It 100% holds up because you find those situations in Seinfeld in real life. Like the one where Jerry or George is dating that woman, but they don't know the woman's name. and
Dolores, yeah,
she
the
won't
Dolores
she
episode.
won't give you her fucking name. They devised a plan for like one of the friends to like introduce themselves, and hopefully she introduces herself back, and she just doesn't. Like that, I have had that happen before. So
Kimmy Schmidt was pretty good. You like that too? I like that too. 30 Rock is really funny. Um, I don't know. Community seems. I'm counting Community. I think Community. I'm gonna count that as a sitcom. I mean, it takes place at a community college. Um, oh my god, Rolling Stone is a top 100 of all time. They put like Schitt's Creek. I mean, Schitt's Creek was good. Dare Girls is 98. Jesus Christ. They somehow have Bluey as a sitcom, and you're like, come on. Insecure was not very good. I've watched all of Insecure. Daria as a sitcom. Some of these are ridiculous, like Buffalo Bill. I'm like, I watched Buffalo Bill. Like that wasn't that great.
I hate a lot of these articles because a lot of these articles are written by one of those artsy fartsy dudes who are just putting shit in there to be like profane or profound.
Right.
Sorry, profound. Like,
Yeah.
like no.
Like really, you're putting Living Single. Like Living Single was
Watch
not
Living Single. It does not deserve to be on any list.
right. Like that is just that Living Single is the definition of a show. Like I'm not saying it was bad. It was just a show.
It was
Like,
one of the shows
you
of all
know,
time.
it didn't
one
break any grounds. No one was like, "Oh my god, did you see what happened on Living Single last night?" Like, no, that never fucking happened. It was simply a show. New Girl was funny. A lot of New Girl was funny.
You know, it's one show that's been really coming back lately, and mostly been you've probably been seeing it on your algorithm because a revival is kind of coming. Not revival, but a sequel coming back. Malcolm in the Middle. I don't know if you're too old for that, but I fucking loved Malcolm in the Middle, man. Good.
No, Malcolm in the Middle. I want to say it was very. I mean, it's very revolutionary in how it was filmed and its a comedy style and stuff like that. It was good. It was good. They put here Flight of the Conchords, and I'm like, okay.
What's that one show with the old guy? He's kind of gruff, but he's like run of the mill, but he's a nice guy. Archie Bunker. What's the name of that show? It's not All in the
That's
Family.
All in the Family, but
is that All in the Family? Okay,
yeah, he's
like
not,
that's
I mean,
definitely
he's supposed to be a horrible racist buffoon.
Yeah, but they play him off like he's like a lovable racist buffoon.
This was
and
the
he's not
problem.
Even...
This is actually the criticism of the show in retrospect, is that like the character was supposed but over time everyone started loving him. So then everyone's like, is this show now condoning fucking being a fucking racist buffoon? You know? And so it was really weird.
Switch your mic back.
What's that?
Switch your mic back.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I hit something. Yeah. But that's Rob Reiner's start. Rob Reiner was the son-in-law.
Our favorite YouTuber Jose did a All in the Family retrospect. I would highly recommend you check it out. It was really good. But you have a lot of shows like All in the Family and Cheers that are products of their time. I mean, for something to be like amazing, it'd have to be a timeless classic like Seinfeld, or you could argue Arrested Development.
I'm going through these things, and I'm like, some of them are like, okay, Community. It's Gary Shandling show. I fucking love It's Gary Shandling show. I think it was one of the fucking best things I've ever seen. It was so. That's a revolutionary show when it comes to like fourth wall breaking and meta commentary and stuff like that. Do you know what I'm talking about?
I'd never seen it, but because I watched the Howard Stern show, his whole "Hey now" is from Gary Shandling.
So, I mean, a lot of people just watched It's Gary Shandling show because the opening theme is incredible. Because it just starts out and they're just like, this is the theme from Gary's show, the opening theme from Gary's show. Gary called me up and asked if I would write his theme song. It's almost halfway finished. How do you like it so far? How do you like the theme to Gary's show? Dude, this is the theme to Gary's show. And you're like, oh my God. Like, and the show is just so utterly self-aware of how stupid it is. And it was just a humor that was right up my alley. And I kind of will always love Gary Shandling for that reason. Too bad he's gone. Poor Gary Shandling. Script's good. But man, oh man. An entire book consisting of only guard point of views. Alar Deem, Jacelyn Bywater, Vylar, Delp, Shitmouth, Yellow Dick. I mean, Shitmouth and Yellow Dick would be fucking interesting as hell. Like, those would be great. But it would be kind of funny. I made this joke that like Winds of Winter would come out and it's all new POVs from places that we don't care about. Like it's a POV from like Summer Islands and then like another one from like another one from Lorath. You're just like, who the fuck? Oh, God damn it.
That reminds me of the best, funniest thing I ever heard about in regards to George finishing Winds. Because the problem is the Myronese knot, right? So this comment, this guy goes, here's a solution to the problem of Winds. The entire Myronese knot arc has been moved to A Dream of Spring. Just like kick it down the road. I'm like, okay, you know what? Fuck it, why not? That could work too. Just kick it down the road. That's a problem for the next book. Let's just get this out. Yeah?
Hope you had a great Xmas and New Year. Looking forward to the release of the Winds in Winter in 2026. Yeah. More things that just aren't fucking gonna happen. We know.
I have a video cooking, but 2025, I think, was arguably the worst year in this fandom. I think.
2026?
2025 was the worst year in the A Song of Ice and Fire fandom, hands down.
I mean, it's because we got no updates, and
there was no updates. Well, to be fair, George did say, well, first off, there's just, you would think that there would be no news, but there was a lot of news about there being no news, which I would argue is just as worse as no news, right? George calling Trey a wag, whatever that means. George getting yelled at. George saying he's still at 70%
down from 75, yeah.
George fucking with the lore and you and Trey freaking out over it. George ripping on Ryan Condal in a subtle way and Ryan Condal kind of dishing back. Like the AI shit. What else? Him going to 4 cons in 90 days and announcing nothing. Absolutely nothing. Honestly, possibly the worst year of Ice and Fire since the start of the series in the 90s, in my opinion.
Yeah. This guy's like, damn, just notice how shiny Preston's head is today. I just shaved it before the stream, which is why. Normally,
you shave your head?
I mean, not with a blade, but with like a clipper.
You shave your head? I didn't know that.
Yeah. What do you think happens to my hair?
I don't know. You just leave it alone. Turn to the side. Let me see this. You shave the side. Oh my God, you're completely bald. Wow. Huh. I have not noticed this.
You think I go to the barber? No, I just
No,
didn't realize you just chose to go bald. This is as short as it's ever going to be because I did.
Would you consider growing like that Heisenberg beard from Breaking Bad, or are you not allowed to?
Beards?
Yeah, would you consider growing that Heisenberg beard that Bryan Cranston grew from Breaking Bad, or no?
No, I'm not so much on the. Like I've had beards at different times, but I'm not so much on the whole like. I'm bald. I'm gonna grow a beard now. Like, that's just not me. Like a lot of people do that. Like, they go bald and so they grow the beard. And the thing is, like, I don't want a big gray Santa Claus beard. Like, it's fine. It's fine.
Longshanks, you're right that the AI scandal like topped it off, and that was like terrible. But there's so much like the rumor that George might be doing an Arya spinoff with Maisie Williams. Just a rumor. Even then, like really. And then the fucking the direwolf resurrection thing, which Trey has outlined already, wasn't a real direwolf resurrection thing. Like there's just so much stupid shit that happened in 2025 with Ice and Fire.
I'll get to the state one in a second, but no beard. This is what I found out about beards. Okay. I have found, like, with regards to, and this is regards to like women and their attraction to beards. What I've found is in my life, 25% of women really like beards. 25% of women really prefer clean shaven men. 50% of women do not give a fuck. Now, 75% of women think scruff is really sexy. 0% of women like the feel of scruff when you finally kiss them. So like these are the problems with men and beards. So it's like you can have the scruff and you'll look awesome. But then when you're actually like get close to a woman, it's like they're hugging a porcupine and they're like, you're giving me a rash on my face. And you're like, well, I'm sorry that I'm so alluring with the scruff. But for the most, it's like this preference thing, so some women like beards, some people don't. I think there's a dating app that's just for women who like beards, guys with beards, and things like that. But it's as I get older, it's just like, well, my wife does not care, and I prefer to have a clean shaven face. It's just I play with the hair on my face too much if I've got a beard. So I prefer to show it off. You ever grown a beard, Carmine? Can you?
I have to. Yes, I can. I have to. If I don't, I look like I'm 16. I'm one of those people. So yeah, I've had a porn stash for quite some time. It makes me look a little older and ridiculous.
You just have a mustache.
Yes, I just have a porn stash. Yeah, so
that's funny. Handlebars, or is it just like?
No, just a little like I have to. If I don't, like, I look like a child.
I mean, eventually that's like a good thing. You'll start looking young,
I guess.
Oh, interesting. I've never done the mustache thing. I like in the 90s, like I had goatee and like just the chin beard,
Do it. Give it a shot. Grow a mustache. Grow a mustache for Night of the Seven Kingdoms, and then like show it off after it's done. Fuck it. No. Nah.
I also kind of like getting the sun on top of my head and things like that. It's nice. It's liberating to not have the hair. Now somebody said that like the sweat thing is an issue. And it's like, yeah, that's true. Like if I'm doing any running or something like that. But it's a lot easier in the shower, stuff like that. It's different though. There's a lot of weird things that happen. Like when you get in the shower, like a lot more of like your skin comes off and you're like, what was happening before? And it's like, it was just going into your hair. like, oh God. You're just like you take your nails and you go and it just like fills with skin and you're like, oh my God, where was this going before? Into your hair. Okay. If Westeros was the US, place each state in one of the Seven Kingdoms. All right, let me think about this for a second. Okay, so our Seven Kingdoms. We've got Dorne. Let's start with Dorne. A place that's like hot with spicy food and like sexy women who are DTF and stuff like that. Like, there's no place in America like that, except for like, are we supposed to think like specifically Miami as that or something, or LA, San Diego? There's just no place like that in America. Like, we're already like, nah, there's nothing, there's nothing like that. Um, or like the North, where like people, there's a bunch of tough guys that are obsessed with honor. No place like that in America. Like, there's places with a bunch of like fucking tough guys, but they're ridiculous, like conspiracy theory, like idiots. That's like the Vale. Okay, this like place filled with like the Vale. Maybe you could be like, okay, that's like Vermont or Connecticut or something. Like these like uptight, um, like overly wealthy. Like you'd think that would be like New England or something. It would be like the Vale. And then Westerlands is just like what, people obsessed with money? I don't even know. What's the Riverlands, you know? I don't know of anything that US states like works with the US. A really rich agricultural state would be like the Reach, but we don't really have that. I mean, California? Is the Reach California? Like, it just seems so odd. The problem is that like the United States has a lot of diversity in each of its states. Like, it's filled with like, you know, black people and Hispanics, and it's just it's not like a it's not monocultural at all, like any of the Seven Kingdoms would even be. So I can't think of anything like that. I don't know. I'm sorry. Too many cooks is the best thing. That is a great theme. No beardos, Hegsworth approves. You know, his siblings have beards, by the way. It's so fun. Every woman I've ever known prefers facial hair. Ridiculous comment. No. Preston has never seen Carmine. I have seen Carmine, but I don't see him every day or necessarily even every year. So I don't know like
Bro, you don't need to
when
fucking
he's
see me.
sporting a mustache.
You don't need to see me. Like, all you need to know from me is what's going on in the community, and if I'm alive, that's it.
Yeah.
That's it.
Carmine, who are your red team mates? What do they review? How did you come up with the name Red Team Review?
Man, it's been so long. I just favorite color and then a word that like rhymes. Red team. That's pretty much it. Very boring. Who are my red teammates? I don't know. Preston. Does he review occasionally? I guess. I don't know.
So when I used to work for Homeland, um, they had a group called the Red Team who would go through TSA checks and try to smuggle stuff through to test the capabilities, and they would call them the Red Team, like red teams, like you know. And so when I heard like Red Team Review, that was the first thing that came to mind. I was like, oh, like these teams of people that try to smuggle guns through TSA to test them. Okay, that you know, that was it. But yeah, but for the most part, you're saying it just came together as random words.
Shade of the Lamp goes, what part of that rhymes? Fuck off. Okay, how about that? What's funny is, don't auditors do red team reviews?
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. What's funny is, so I won't. There was this crazy woman that Preston and I used to know once upon a time, who shall remain nameless. She firmly believed that me and Preston were the same person because he is an auditor, and thus my YouTube channel name is Red Team Review. This woman I would later find out that she was on drugs. And what's even funnier is that we were on call with her at one point, and she heard us both talking at the same time.
Yeah. So it's funny. Yeah, no, it's true. Yeah, no. So anyway, your picking of random words, you actually stumbled upon something that was real, a Red Team Review. Like and in a sense, like I understand you're saying it's by accident, but the idea that is,
it goes beyond that, right?
Right, but like the idea is that like your channel, like reviews sci-fi and fantasy, but like a Red Team Review is like when you're of them and you're reviewing them as a test. Like you're kind of saying like you're of the sci-fi and fantasy, reviewing the sci-fi and fantasy by being the Red Team Review in that pun kind of sense.
That's a great explanation for it, when in reality I misexplained it. Red is my favorite color. The Red Team is my favorite team from the series Red versus Blue, and review is because I don't want to pin myself down to one niche, even though I ended up doing it. But also, it goes beyond that. Carmine is a shade of red. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I didn't. Yeah. Jonathan, shut the fuck up. How about that? He has another super chat.
Why the purple profile? Because Haunter is purple. That's it. Though I have to say, your guy looks less and less like Haunter every time I see him. Right?
The reason I chose that as my profile, my original profile picture was Darth Vader riding on a Charizard with a lightsaber. I chose the purple Haunter because it's just it made me laugh 5 minutes straight. So,
but I don't even know if you like look like Haunter anymore. I mean, like it's almost become your own. Like when I use your shit, because I'm just like, well, I throw on a Haunter and I'm like, oh, it's Carmine, but like. That barely fucking looks like Haunter.
So in the Pokemon games, specifically Gen 2, this move came out called Mean Look. So Haunter doing the thing, like flipping you off, that's the Mean Look move. All Mean Look does in the games is prevent you from escaping. It's kind of useless. But yeah.
Because
that's Mean Look. He's doing the move Mean Look.
This is Haunter.
Technically, that's a shiny Haunter.
Oh my god. Wow. You really fucking outdoored me there.
That's technically a shiny Haunter, yes.
Touche. Too fucking shay.
You know how I know it? Because the tongue is blue. It's supposed to be red. So that's how you know. It's ridiculous, I know. It's also a little bit more pale. So
where can I purchase a signed copy of your book? How is it selling? How is the self-publishing process? Would you do anything differently? I mean, you'll have to wait until I'm, I don't know, in America or something. I've got a few copies here in front of me, but I don't know. At some point, when I'm back in America and I'm signing stuff and I can pass it on to people, I can do that. But it'll eventually. I mean, how was selling? I mean, it's modest sales, but at the same time, like I discussed this a bit with Bookborn. She had a video on the whole process, but it's like, yeah, I sold about 1,000 copies of my book, which on the one hand, like is 1,000 more than if I didn't have a fucking YouTube channel. But when you're thinking like, Preston Jacobs, you have 200,000 subscribers. Well, that's not very much of 200,000 subscribers. But at the same time, like my channel is about A Song of Ice and Fire and George R. R. Martin. And this is a book that has nothing to do with like medieval fantasy or George R. R. Martin or Ice and Fire. So like translating like what my channel is about and what people come to watch to actually getting sales is actually like, I guess kind of impressive. Like 1,000 people didn't buy the book because they're interested in George R. R. Martin over Song of Ice and Fire. They bought it because, you know, they were interested in me, which is, you know, impressive. So anyway,
this is something the audience needs to understand about YouTubers, because the subscriber button and how many subscribers you have, it means nothing. Okay. Let me give you an example. There was a guy who once said that of your audience, 5 to 10% are like actual fans, and 90% of your audience, they're just there to check out what's going on. That's it. Yeah. Because if the subscriber list was like accurate, every time Preston puts out a video, he should have over 100,000 views, right? No, same with Trey. Trey has over 1 million, and his videos average about a couple 100,000. So where's the other like 500,000-600,000 people who are subscribed to Trey? I don't know. It ultimately comes down to at least 5 to 10% of your audience. Those are your actual fans, and the other 90, 80, 90%, you know, they're just checking in every now and then.
Yeah. Is ice inherently bad, or do they serve a necessary evil role? Here's the thing: is that like ice has existed for 25 years now. Not quite, but 24 years now, but you're only hearing about him now. And before ice existed, INS did the same thing. So ice was always there. And you know, there are people that get deported from the country that, you know, they're obviously criminals. And I don't mean in the conservative sense, like they're all criminals, because they're not. Like, they're violent criminals who happen to be undocumented. And, you know, under the Obama administration, ICE focused on just deporting those individuals. Mainly they parked in front of prisons and waited for them to get out of prison, picked them up, deported them. Because they only have the resources to deport X number of people per year. They only have enough money for a certain number of plane tickets, and they only have enough money for a certain number of like bed stays, like housing somebody in a facility like that costs money. Putting them on a plane to ship them home, that costs money. Hiring a person to pick them up costs money. They have a limited budget, so the question is like, what are you doing with your budget? Because you have X amount of power. Your power is your budget. And what are you fucking doing with that money? Okay. So, marching down streets, shooting random housewife mothers in the face. Walking around with bulletproof fucking vests. Why wouldn't what are they doing? Like all these up armored vehicles and shit. Like what are you doing with that butt? Like that's the thing, is like, it's not like, is it a necessary evil? I don't think there's like deporting violent criminal undocumented immigrants, is not an evil. That's just like something we should do. I don't think anyone is against deporting violent criminal undocumented people, but like all the fucking shit that like ICE has been doing in the past year, like what the fuck are you doing? What, like, honestly, it's like, what the fuck are you doing with that budget? Like, I mean, you could ask yourself, like, oh, are police a necessary evil? Like, well, it depends. Like, what if your local police were just like, walking around with masks, harassing fucking regular law-abiding citizens for no reason, and like, outside of the scope, like, of what they're doing, like, at all. Like, they're not doing traffic stops. They're not giving parking tickets. They're just like showing up in random fucking places and harassing people for no fucking goddamn reason. Like, it's like, oh my God, what's going on with ICE is fucking nuts. And it's good reason that there's millions of people now taking to the streets over their behavior, because it's out of fucking control, ridiculous. Even if you were an individual that wanted to get, let's say you were a straight up just racist individual that wants to get rid of all immigrants, okay? What ICE is doing doesn't achieve that. Like, there is a bottleneck here, because you've got a number of flight, like, there's the people that actually get deported on flights, like, and there's judges, there's immigration judges that allow people to put them on flights. Wouldn't you open that bottleneck, like, and be like, oh, if we increase the number of immigration judges and we increase the number of flights, like, can't we get more people out faster? Yes. But instead, that bottleneck has remained very narrow, while the number of agents arresting people has gotten really high. But there's not that many people to arrest, because you can't find them all. And even if you arrest them, there's not enough bed space. And even if you have bed space, there's not enough immigration judges or plane tickets, or all of these things. Like, so they've gone and they've hired all these motherfuckers with nothing to goddamn do except harass people in the street. It's like bureaucratically just insane. The people that wrote the bills to fund it are out of their mind in how they funded it. The people on the ground organizing this shit, they're fucking out of their mind. What a fucking disaster. What a fucking disaster ICE is right now. Holy crap. What a fucking disaster. Embarrassment. Anyway, I gotta get to bed. Real quick, it's too late here, but I don't really know too much about the Warhammer 40k media surge. I'm sorry. You're beyond my Warhammer knowledge. I'm sorry, Nuke Marine. And as for ranking the Treks, in my opinion, DS9 number 1, TNG number 2, Voyager number 3, Original Trek number 4.
Still the answer.
It's a bold answer. Original Trek at the bottom. Do run-of-the-mill, nonviolent, illegal immigrants need to be forcefully removed? Well, this is why you have it's the law, but like the idea is that, like, why would they get picked up if they were nonviolent? Like, why would anyone arrest them? Like, how would they ever get caught is the idea. They shouldn't be doing these random raids. There is, like, every person is allowed a court hearing where you get to hear, there's a lot of reasons why you don't want to deport someone, even if they're undocumented. For instance, they are the primary caregiver of a U.S. citizen, which is a very common situation. So someone comes in, they've been here 10 years, they've been raising a 10-year-old child, they get picked up. Now, do you want that 10-year-old child to have no parent? So you go to court and the immigration judge hears the story and they go, oh, fuck, you're the primary caregiver of a 10-year-old. Yeah, no, you can stay. Like, this is why the kind of shit is here. But yeah, is there much purpose for deporting nonviolence? I mean, other than other than deterrent, not much. I mean, keep in mind, like, you're not like as violent as fucking ICE is and how fucking stupid they are. They're not deporting more people than they were before. Like, because, like I say, the bottleneck is there. The deportation numbers are down. They're just fucking causing havoc. They're just being ridiculous. They might be successful in a sense that immigrants outside of America see these news stories and they're like, I don't want to come. You know, that might be effective in a fear, like America looks like a shithole, so why should I come? Kind of sense. But I mean, yeah, I don't know. I don't know if there's much use in in deporting people, but this is how the whole system is set up this way. I mean, visas are given based on whether or not the person seems like they aren't going to overstay their visa. Like if you show up and apply for a visa in a country and it seems like you're going to overstay, they're going to deny the visa. Like if you let's say you're from Colombia, okay, and you go and you apply for a visa and you're 18 years old and you don't have a job and you're like, I'm coming to America for tourism, you are not getting that visa because they're going to look at that and be like, dude, no, you're not coming. You're not coming for tourism. You're coming to overstay your visa. And you're coming to be an undocumented to and so they'll deny that visa and that's the law. They have to do this, but and so once you're in the country, well, the law is that, like, you're gonna get picked up and then given a hearing, and deported unless you have a legitimate reason for staying in the country. Undue hardship is one big one. Like say you've been in America for many years and you have no connections back home, and deporting you is undue hardship. Like, yeah, this is why you have hearings. So, but ICE is what a fucking disaster. What disaster. Oh, some questions on like Dreams of Ghosts and Indians. Why didn't Joshua leave the Buddha with the dying man? Well, that's a big spoiler, man. It's a big spoiler. I don't know if I can explain. I mean, I can. You're supposed to try to figure it out, understand like why for yourself, but but that's a big spoiler. I can't just reveal that on stream. Gotta reveal that on stream. Anyway, I will tough 4 hours. Gotta go. Thanks, Carmine, for being with me. I will.
Yep.
I'll talk to you soon.